Good afternoon, good evening again. We apologize for the inconvenience. We had to switch around our uh, streaming platform. So we want to apologize for that. We're still working to iron out a few little glitches. So, but nonetheless, we appreciate your patience. You guys have been remarkably amazing. And I want to thank you for just giving us the opportunity to serve you. And again, we apologize for the inconvenience. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome to our first Biennial Diaspora Conference. And we welcome you. So please go ahead, like, share, and make sure you can hear me and you can see us as we get ready for this amazing conference. So welcome, welcome, welcome. And thank you again for being here. But nonetheless, we're going to have a wonderful and a phenomenal program today. We have the agenda that we're going to be going over. We do have a formal program we want to get your participation on. And with this formal program, we will be starting momentarily. So thank you again, and we appreciate you. So let us start out with going through our program. I want to review the program with you so that you can know what's on the agenda for this evening. And we're going to start out by going through our day one. This is our day one program because we have several days this week that we're going over. So day one today, June 16th. Yes, we started late. We're going to have our opening prayer, our national anthems, both the US and the Jamaica national anthem. We will also be doing our conference speakers will be joining us. We have Dr. Rupert Francis. He will be joining us as the next speaker. We have one of our speaker, Mr. Howard Goulbourne, and we also have our primary speaker, Mr. Donahue Bailey, who will be joining us later on. So after Donahue Bailey, we will also be having our second speaker for this evening, which would be Dr. Devon Taylor. And then later on, we will be having a panel discussion as we continue our diaspora conference. So again, thank you. We appreciate you and we welcome you to our first biennial diaspora conference. So welcome, 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 and welcome. Without any further ado, I would like to have all of us. Kevin, if you could just I'm not seeing anything on the screen. Can we go full screen on that one as we open up in prayer? Let us pray. Father, we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus as we start out this evening. We pray, Father, that the things that we will discuss a flame can really set ignite the whole forest of fire. So we pray today that you will spark a flame and you will let it ablaze, let it set it ablaze, that it will ignite and create the energy, create the force, create the fire that the people need to reclaim our heritage, to reclaim our country, and to hold elected officials accountable. And most I, for many years, The people who have entrusted with power have taken that power to enrich themselves. They have taken that power to be abusive. They have taken that power to pull a wool over the eye of your people. But we know when your people cry unto you, you will raise from among us leaders who will stand up, and we will speak truth to power. We will stand in your strength and in your authority. So we pray for your divine wisdom. We pray for your guidance. We pray for your empowerment. And we pray tonight that whatsoever is said, whatsoever is done, will be done to the glory and the honor of our Lord Jesus. And we pray so in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen. We want to thank you. We're going to go ahead at this time, and we will be playing the national anthem of the United States of America, and we will do so now.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our life through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to change. Give us allegiance, lest we perish. Knowledge centers, Heavenly Father, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love.
Noise, 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 noise. Jesus Christ, man. Done. Don, I can't call. I will call you back. I'm waiting on the back end here. Okay, I call you back. All right, I call you back later. Thank you.
Mr. President, we're not hearing you, sir. No sound. Mr. President.
No sound. No sound. We're not hearing any sound.
Mr. President.
No sound. No sound. No sound.
Mr. President, we're not hearing you, sir. No sound. Looks like you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Pre...
Can you hear? Can you hear? Yeah, we can't hear any sound from Mr. President. Can you hear him? Harold, can you hear him? There's no sound on the computer. I can't hear. I'm seeing him, but I'm not hearing him. I'm StreamYard. We're on StreamYard.
Oh, I don't have that. I don't know.
Stream. No, just click on it. Just click on it. It's very easy. I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link right now.
Okay.
Prezi, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Prezi.
Yes.
No, we still can't hear you.
Okay, because everything you're saying is coming over.
Can you guys hear me yourself? Nothing?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, so the whole time I've been doing that speaking, nobody could hear me?
Yeah, we've been trying to reach you, so you have to start all over again. You went after the anthem.
Okay, my apologies, everybody. I did say the national pledge, so my apologies. I have to switch mics, so this mic is not working, but I apologize for that. So let's go back to the saying of the national anthem and introduction of Dr. Rupert Francis. So, before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body, in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play a part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. I was doing a whole spiel, guys, about the conference and thanking you all for being here and what's ahead of tonight's program, and also to talk a little bit about Washington, D.C., what happened over the weekend. So we're going to cover all of that tonight. We got some great speakers. And coming up tonight, we have Donahue Bailey. We also have Dr. Devon Taylor as our guest speaker, plus many other speakers and presenters and vloggers. And we have a big panel discussion later on that's going to be happening. So you have to stay tuned for that. So we won't be long because we're pressed for time. So we're going to be cutting back on some of the things that we're going to do. But before we go any further, let's welcome Dr. Rupert Francis to talk a little bit about the history of the diaspora and the conference that we're having tonight. Without any further ado, we welcome Dr. Rupert A. Francis. Dr. Francis, unmute. You're live, sir.
Evening again to everyone. I think one of the biggest things is that Donahue Bailey is supposed to come and give the history, and I'm supposed to just introduce Donahue Bailey. Is Donahue available? That was when we had all the issues. If you recall, is he still online? Does he have StreamYard? Okay. What I can do is
we will work on him, Doc. Let's go ahead with your conference introduction. We'll work on Mr. Bailey.
The introduction that I would like to make is one of just something that is absolutely essential to how we move forward. And one of the things that this gentleman we're talking about is going to help us to establish is the origins of the Jamaica diaspora as it is now. He was there in the beginning, and so that is why it's so important to share his views. As for me, I joined a little bit later on as a member of the advisory board. What has happened here is that Jamaica did not really hijack the conference as such, as some people believe. No, it's not. It is a development over the years whereby Jamaica and in the diaspora and Jamaicans and the Jamaican government decided how to proceed with the diaspora and what part that Jamaica would play. Unfortunately, the whole thing kind of got railroaded over time, and I want people to understand this, railroaded by the government of Jamaica. I am not sure if they thought about it in that fashion, or they said the road to anywhere is started by good intentions. And I made sure I did not use the word that they normally use, because somebody might say I'm calling these people hellmakers. But the fact of the matter is, though, that most diaspora, from what I understand, when I joined many years ago, have a great relationship with the host country. And that is what it should be. Unfortunately, the host country in this instance, unlike many other countries, Israel is noted, France is noted, Spain is noted, Italy, and many other countries I could go on. They had their diaspora. As a matter of fact, the Nigerian diaspora really started with our influence here in the West Indies, and they have gone leaps and bounds ahead of us. But none of the countries decided that the government of the day would run the diaspora, because it's like what you'd call a rhetorical question. The government should not be running the diaspora because we are the diaspora. Okay? So a lot of people are making, they just did not come to that conclusion. So when I started out advising, so to speak, the government of Jamaica under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, it was a great thing. We enjoyed it. We wanted to do it. But as we move forward, some people believe, but they did not explain it to us fully, that they wanted to be autonomous like the other countries. You have, for example, other countries, their diasporas are voting and there's no problem. Even in little Dominica, they just did it and they have no problem with it. Unfortunately, our government didn't believe that we should have partake at all in those aspects of it. And there are many of us in the diaspora, if we want to be truthful, we agreed to that and we wanted it to remain that way for whatever reason. Some people wanted to be invited to these posh parties. Some people just wanted to get notarized and get an OD or what have you, whatever. And I'm not calling people names and saying that that was their motive, but that was the motive of some people. And what happened? That the people who had money and power and what have you, they really started to, and the government recognizing that, kept us apart in a way. Well, I don't know if it is intentional or it happened by accident, but whatever way it was the government who began to, what shall I say, control and move the diaspora forward, even in my time. So we accepted that. Then it came to a point now recently that we recognize that in order for us to move forward, we had to play a more significant role or autonomous role in the diaspora. And that is what we're attempting to do as we speak. That's why we are advocating. We have created the real Global Diaspora Council. We are creating various other bodies within the diaspora, which we can hold these people accountable, and we can have a mutual understanding between Jamaica and the diaspora, mainly the USA, Canada, and the UK, which are our diaspora centers. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's where we find ourselves. And then enter Mr. Rattigan and the Call to Action team with the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. So let us make it quite clear, ladies and gentlemen, when people are telling you that the diaspora that we are speaking about right now has no grounding, has no standing, it is not true. Because you had Herb Nelson, myself, and many others who began the task force in those days earnestly to address certain categories. And we thought that if you're in education, you use our educational experts in the diaspora to assist Jamaica. That's all we wanted. And in many cases also, all we wanted was to use the people who have the intelligence, the resources, the knowledge, or what I'd call the training, the education, the experience, to help to move Jamaica's crime-solving situation further. However, I think that some people saw this as perhaps restraining and restricting their power, so to speak. So that is why we're having the issues, and enter, of course, the Call to Action team and what we're doing today. So we want to let the wider public know that we had no intention of sabotaging. We had no intention of destroying Brand Jamaica. Why would we give our services for free if that was our intention? It was not. So we want people who are supposed to be responsible in government, out of government, around government, who maybe have a stake in the race, we don't know, right? But we want to make sure that Jamaica is under God, willing and able to take her place in advancing the welfare of the entire country and the whole human race if we have to. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have given you some sense of why it is important, not only, as Rattigan says, for the children of tomorrow, but for ourselves. Because we can send down $4.5 billion per year, or 3.5, correction, right, per year. That is significant, because tourism, I understand, is only taking 1 billion more, and they have hotels. If we can do that, then can you imagine what we could do with the government? We're not trying to take over government. We don't want government. What we want is correct behavior, behavior that is transparent, behavior that is empowered by our promise to help the people to move forward, of Jamaica to move forward, to have the children of Jamaica understand that they have a future, no matter what they look like and where they're coming from. And that is the essence of why we are in the position we are in today, trying to make sure you understand. We apologize profusely for what happened earlier, but to be quite honest with you, in this day and age, so many things happen, and we don't know who is making it happen, or it is happen by chance. Let's hope that it is happening by chance and it doesn't happen again. We hope, and I hope and pray that you have listened, and if there's any questions you want to ask one of us who are here this evening, and we will try to answer you. But I hope now those persons, even the naysayers, will understand the passion we have for what we do and why we do it, and it is absolutely not political. If there's a political consequence, it's because the current government has not tried to deliver. We have offered to speak with them. We have offered a party to talk to them, and they think that we would not be effective. Well, if the dirty 30 did not hurt you, well, the second one should have given you a sense to speak whoever you are. And certainly our presence yesterday, brought to us by the illustrious Herb Nelson and his crew, will now make it solid that this is, and now tonight, Mr. President is leading the charge with our performance here this evening. And I thank you for the opportunity. One love, one aim, one destiny. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, just to make sure you guys can still hear me. Can you guys hear and just give me a thumbs up? All right, awesome sauce. Thank you, Dr. Rupert Francis, for your presentation and just bringing us back to that place. I do have our producer behind the scene that should be switching the camera link momentarily. But nonetheless, we thank you all for being here tonight. Now, we did have a presentation from Mr. Howard Goulbourne as it relates to some specific matters. And part of our, the presentation had to do with, let's recall some great, it's cultural expression. Let's recall some great men and women of Jamaica who changed the diaspora and Jamaica. Unfortunately, because of some technical issues, Mr. Howard Goulbourne is unable to connect with us this evening. He did reach out to us and let us know that we are having some technical, he is having some technical challenges. He also attempted to send over us a pre-recorded video, but unfortunately that is not forthcoming. And I guess it's related to what is happening. Now, we do have our guest, that's our next speaker that's going to be joining us. But before our speaker come, we do have the team inside the studio. Let me welcome and recognize the great Herb Nelson. Herb, good evening. Welcome, sir. How are you today?
Good evening, Mr. President. I'm doing just fine. I've been fired up since all week because this week we presented to the members of the Caribbean diaspora as well as the congressional members. We celebrate this week Caribbean American Month in the legislature. So next week is we move on to the second half of the month, and the celebration of Caribbean American Month continues. And the challenge for us is to get more out of programs like CBSI and these other programs that are designed to help Jamaica, but it has not been effective. And we are telling them it's not effective and we need more. And we need more, as the President Biden has recently written to everyone saying we have to do something about the destruction of corruption. So he hit us in stride. So we're just going to take the ball and run with it.
Thank you so much.
And
we'll
greetings
talk a little bit more about what happened in DC yesterday later on in the program. Ladies and gentlemen, you also heard from Dr. Rupert Francis earlier. But we also have Make We Talk, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Mr. Tavares, welcome. How are you this evening, sir?
I am doing fampilocious. Are you hearing me?
Love that.
I would take that word, Jeffrey.
I looking at the man of the hour himself. I'm looking at the man of the hour himself, the great Wilfred Radigan, the man who hailed from Waterhouse, who knows what it's like to go through the hardship of our country, Jamaica, and what it's like to eat tin mackerel, chicken back and roast breadfruit. He's not from the people of the Vumvova and the Vumvovi. We're all Jamaicans. We know what we're going. We know what hardship is. I want to say this evening that, let us all come together under one umbrella and continue fighting for the piece of rock in the Caribbean Sea, the gem of the Caribbean, Jamaica land we love. Mr. Prezi, over to you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Welcome, and it's great having you. And ladies and gentlemen, also, as Jeffrey mentioned, we have our fearless leader, Mr. Wilfred Rattigan. Will, welcome. You look snazzy today. Look at you. You're all sharp. Almost make me look not so handsome. The way you're looking good. Welcome, sir.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Let me start off by saying Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers.
Hold on for me, Mr. Rattigan. Hold on, please. Sir, to cut you, Ratty. Ratty, sir, to cut you. Dr. Francis, can you mute your mic, please, sir? Can we hear everything you're saying?
Yeah, it's muted now. Yeah, let me just start off by saying Happy Father's Day to all the fathers, the real fathers, the ones who live up to their responsibilities to be role models to and providers to not only the children, but to the wives, the girlfriends, baby mothers, significant other. Also, Happy Father's Day to the mothers who are fathering children, because we know that we have a lot of single parents out there, single mothers, and they're doing a fantastic job despite the odds, taking care of those children, because indeed the children are our future. And some of these women, I mean, they go above and beyond the call of duty, and they should. And to some degree, they shouldn't, because there should be someone standing next to them, but they do what is necessary to ensure that the children are taken care of. So big up all of the fathers, big up all of the mothers who are fathers. Let me just say a few things about the technology. The best laid plans go awry at times. And we had this thing planned out, and you cannot predict technology, folks. And for those of you who are critical of the challenges we face, I say to you, please be patient. And for those of you who are sympathetic, I say thank you, because we have no control over some of these things. It's just technology. They happen. And for those of you who have been with me for a while, you remember when I first started, how we used to have to wait half hour, an hour before we'd come back, and it would go out and you stuck with me through thick and thin, because you felt that the message was important and that it was well worth the wait. And it's the same thing tonight. Yes, Elaine, thank you very much. We planned this thing out. We had a plan. We had the speakers plan, and that's one of the reasons why we haven't put out the program for the entire period, because we understand that changes will be made. Speakers will, they will drop out for whatever reason. People will drop out, and in fact, some of them have dropped out already, but they've been quickly replaced, because we have no shortage of speakers around this corner here. People would love to address you, the Jamaican people, about what's going on in our country and how we should be addressing those issues. So let me just again thank all of you who have been patient, and the ones who are critical. I understand, believe me, I understand that you make up your mind and you make your plans and you come and then you delay it, but we're asking for you to be patient with us. The technology piece is off to a rough start, but I'm telling you right now that the substance, you don't have to worry about the substance, because the substance is gonna and it's spellbinding, to say the least. You're gonna listen to things and you're gonna go, me never know that. But in addition to that, you're also going to hear about solutions, because our thing is about strategies and solutions. It's not about business ventures. And you've heard me say it so many times, but I have to keep saying it because it's the truth. And the government has made no pretense about it. They're not even lying. They didn't even come out and say, no, it's not true. They just continue with the same old message. But look, we're pressed for time, and we have the man who, like I said, whether you like him or not, that's your business. But the one thing you can't take away from him is that he's the man who started this thing. He started the lawsuit. I followed suit. but he was first and foremost. And him no kin teeth, him kick out teeth. As him describe himself, the renegade who not afraid. He's gonna bring on our first guest, and I'm asking Mr. Bailey to just be a little bit patient with us because Dr. Devon Taylor is pressed for time, and because we have gone over more than an hour. He and I, we spoke, and he said, look, I can come on, but if you bring me on an hour later, then it's gonna be, so here we are. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you none other than the renegade who afraid to bring on. He's gonna bring on the Dr.
Taylor.
There you go.
Hey, the renegade, man with a freed man in the wilderness. Good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon. When I say, I'll be my family, my life, my family, them both. Not too ratty. What you feel, yeah, man. And yes, so without further ado, and I have a next 8 minutes, right? We have to, we're going to bring over Dr. Taylor because, he might fight for the beaches right now. He might fight for the beaches. So without further ado, Dr. Taylor, welcome. You can hear me?
You're muted, Dr.
Taylor.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, man, I can hear you. All right, so tell me something now. We know you're in Jamaica, you have fight for the masses, the masses are the people them forget about the beach. Can you give we a rundown and like the court hearing and how far you reach with some of these rundown? Can you give us some of the rundown and what's going on, what's taking place right now?
Yes, and thanks to the organizers for having me. This is a struggle that I think is one that the Jamaican people, deserve a victory in because it relates to our ecological heritage. And what has kept us away from our beaches are the structural systems of oppression that still stands in the law books of Jamaica. So if you will, I would like to put things into context. So while we have several court cases in the court, that is, against private interests as well as the Jamaican government, we'd like to present the context as to how we got to where we got to and how we can get out of it as a Jamaican family. So if you allow me here, I don't know if I have screen sharing abilities here, but I would really like to share some stuff. All right.
Go ahead and click present, Doc. Just click present.
Tell me if you're seeing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
And Kevin, where you there?
Why is that not so? It says present.
Yeah.
Share screen.
Yes. You go over the
And
you
I
press
want
on it.
Okay. I want to select this one right here.
All right. So
How is that looking? You see my screen?
when you're going to present, just press. You're going to see the tab. You're going to see a tab mark. Enter screen. You see Windows. You see Chrome. Or what you're using. Press the one mark Chrome. And that's where you highlight. You're going to see it over the top. Just press on it. And then you can just open it up big and they can see it from there.
It just flickered a while ago. So you're almost there.
You're almost there. Good. All right. Yes. Yes. Good.
We're good now.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll go through these as quickly as I can. All right. How much time do I have?
No, man, that's one talk, man. We know we have time. We have some time because we're running with some nice timing now, maybe like 25 minutes, 25 minutes.
All right, that's very good. That's very good. So I want to present this because it is a problem and it's an issue around equality. It's an issue around justice. And it's an issue around the liberation of the Jamaican people. So we know that as an independent nation, we still do not have the free will to enjoy, all the treasures of the land, right? And in also the environment, there's degradation happening. And that degradation is happening because of several issues that we're having in Jamaica. One of them being colonial laws, and that mentality that still hold us hostage, the mentality that, we can extract all the beauty from the land and destroy it in that same context. It is a colonial one in which all the value of the human capital during those slavery days was extracted at the expense of people's humanity. So what we see is that problem where there's an obvious disappearance of the beaches in Jamaica at an alarming rate. We're locked out of these beaches and we're locked out of them under the disguise of development. It's a very contentious issue. It cuts all the way across party lines. And this problem has been going on over several different administrations for a very long time. The problem exists, before 1956, but it came to, the public's attention. The public brought it up, in the nation that they have been forced off their beaches. Fisher folks have been displaced. So the problem has been long-standing. So the privatization of the coast continues. And it continues not only because private interests own lands, but because there's a restriction and because the government issue beach license to hotels and villas and private interests. And there are more than around 275 of these license issues across the island. And what they do, they exclude people from using those beaches with those licenses. So as I said, this is a problem that has been happening since 1956. And it happens over several administrations, so they're all to be blamed at where we find ourselves right now. It is as accelerated under the current government, all right? We're seeing impact on the environment, we're seeing decline in biodiversity, and we're seeing the impact on the social, economic impact on the people of Jamaica. So if we do not step in and solve this problem, then we're going to have a lot of issues. I'm showing you here one beach in particular, which is Laughing Water Beach in St. Anne. It's one of my childhood beach. Right next to that beach also is a contiguous beach called Pearly Beach, where all the big parties are kept. The public no longer have unfettered access to that, despite as children we used to go to those beaches, enjoy them. They are now privatized, they are used for all different kind of events, all kinds of rental. The public does not have access to them in a way that we used to use them when we were children. So when you look at the Jamaican coastline, it's around 494 miles. And if you look at this pie chart here, what we're showing you here is pretty much, we're showing you here the Jamaican, in the form of a pie chart. We're 494 miles. This black streak here just represents the public access. If you look at it as a percent, and all over here we have 100 different circles, we only have 0.5% of access. That is the context of the problem in Jamaica. 494 miles, only 2.98 miles we have access to. So that poses a problem. You can't live on an island. You cannot live on a sovereign land when the people do not have right to this 494 miles. And that is what we want to say, to the government that exists now and the government that may take over. This problem must solve. We can't have 494 miles and only 2.8 miles of access. If we break this down further, right? And some of these numbers needs to be updated because they have decreased. People will say, oh, but there are public beaches in Jamaica and I can go to all of these beaches. Yes, there are public beaches in Jamaica, but you access them through permission. You don't have a general right, meaning that no one, can restrict you. Because what we do see is these beaches get privatized, you lose them, right? These land that adjoin this beach gets sold, you lose them. So right now we only have use of beaches in Jamaica by permission. Since 2000, when these numbers were put on, we have actually lost many of these access. And I think we're down only to about 60 of these beaches, right? So they are not really increasing. The fishing beaches, they're about 121 that was registered in 2000. In fact, what the government have actually said. There were around 187 fishing beaches across the island. There are less than 121 of these beaches now. They are dwindling. We're losing them. We're losing them to hotel development, private development, all kinds of things that are happening on the coastline. And we know the importance of fishing in terms of food security, economic sustainability for people in low socioeconomic status. What we do see where the expansion is happening is in the hotel, the villas, the tourist enterprise have moved from around 61 to a greater than 300. So that's where we're having the issue where our country have actually not invested in the rights of the people to continue to use these spaces, but they have side with the economic interest, and in a way that says the Jamaican people cannot coexist with that kind of tourism product that we have in Jamaica, which is an all-inclusive product that pretty much takes the land, fence the land, privatize the beach, exclude the people. That is where that significant expansion is, over 1,000% increase. And that is what we want to change. We want to change where Jamaican can coexist with these different kind of economic development that is coming on board in the country, and we can use these spaces. So if you look at it, really, it's an issue of exploitation and exclusion of the Jamaican people, and that is tantamount to neocolonialism. So we think, the country is really up for sale. All these investment that comes online, one thing they tend to do is to exclude the Jamaican public from these spaces, and you can see it all across the country. This is Ocherius Bay. All of this is privatized. When you look at it, this is down in Westmoreland, where we're even seeing hotels being built in the sea. So what we're seeing is as a result of that, and this outcome of exclusion is depriving us of the benefit of nature. We're seeing environmental degradation because every hotel that is built remove the natural ecosystem from the shoreline. We're seeing environmental discrimination, loss of access to our ecological heritage, biodiversity is impacted, and we're seeing the economic disempowerment of vulnerable groups such as fisher folks and vendors, that use these spaces, for various commercial activities that they have been doing for many, many generations. And so this over commercialization of sensitive spaces is impacting not only the biodiversity, but also, it's impacting our ability in the future to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So this is a more of a neocolonialism, what we're seeing as plantation, capitalism that is impacting both environment and people. So I'll jump over this because the problem has been going on since 1838, when Jamaicans were not given any rights to the land. So there was reparation given to the slave owners, but none was given to the people of Jamaica. And as a result, we have lost a lot. But not only that, we never receive, reparation, an internal reparation at that. What the colonialists left behind were several colonial era laws that are still sitting on our books. And we're having a conversation about constitutional reform. And you do not hear that we want to remove the Beach Control Act of 56, the Town and Planning Act of 1958, the Crown Vesting Act of 1960, the Mining Act of 47. So when you look at these laws, they're all before Jamaica became independent. And they are vestiges of colonialism that are impacting governance in the country, rights of the individuals in the country. And this is the argument that we need to have around constitutional reform, not the other conversations that we go into around dual citizenship and what kind of presidents we need. What we really need in Jamaica are good governance, because this Beach Control Act of 1956 is a bad legislation that discriminates against the Jamaican people, because it tells us that we have no right in or over the foreshore. We do not have any rights for bathing, fishing, walking along the foreshore, or swimming. We have none of those rights. And despite one section in the Constitution speaks to that we have a right of our Jamaicans to enjoy a healthy and productive environment that is free of threat of our injury. We're seeing that is not strong enough, that guarantees our humanity as it relates to our access rights, which have been violated by that legislation. So this infographics just basically captures what the Beach Control does. It really blocks out Jamaicans from crossing land and getting to the sea. it has restrictions on fisher folks pre-1956, but it allowed landowners and of course the tourist industry to access the space freely. We'd like to see a vision for all Jamaicans where the same right that landowners or tourists enjoy, we enjoy those too. And so we can live in an equitable society. And that's pretty much, what we're pushing for, because this act, as we said, in a more simplistic form, it creates an entitlement for landowners and give no right to fisher folks or ordinary Jamaicans. And I'd like to point out that the minister that is in charge of this act is in fact the Prime Minister of Jamaica, who can simply change this legislation, or he could, make amendments to it. We'd like to see it repeal and replace. There are short-term, approaches that can be taken to really fix some of these problems that we're having. I'll jump over these. I would like to point out that there are several beaches in Jamaica, apart from the 4 that we're fighting for, that pretty much are under threat. We're seeing Peach Beach in Discovery Bay, Reggae Beach in St. Mary. We have Roxborough Beach in St. Anne's Bay, Old Steamers Beach in Hanover, and Long Bay Beach. We could talk about, right now I'm talking to you from Portland. We had some advocacy in this parish over this weekend to really highlight the significant threat that is coming in Long Bay from, the projected kind of developments that we know from Montego Bay all the way up to St. Mary have been excluding our people. Would like to block that before it happens. Bluefields was also had a prescriptive rights case recently in Westmoreland. So the issue and problem that we're having around exclusion is all across the island. And parts of this problem has to do also with how beaches are managed in Jamaica. They're a very complex issue, because we see that the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, headed by our Prime Minister, and actually this needs to be updated. We're seeing Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal and Environmental Change. I think it is Matthew Samu that heads this piece up right now. These people all have control over NEPA, which we also see the Ministry of Tourism also have some impact over NEPA, as do TPDCO and TEF. And all of these agencies feeds into, having all different kinds of impact on NEPA, which through the NRCA, manages the Beach Control Act that manages, the Beach Control Act of 1956. And so these kind of, different bodies that are regulating NEPA, that are having impact of NEPA, is just bad governance. And so we need to see fundamental change is in how beaches are managed in Jamaica. And we have to sort out this mess, because it cannot really, continue like that. So we could jump over that. So everything that we sold about Jamaica is always about sun, sea, and sun. And if you look at it, 99.9% of the Jamaican tourist product is built around our beaches as an economic space. And the Jamaican people are excluded from it, right? We know that 80 to 90% of every tourist dollar leaves the country. And so the tourism product that we have in Jamaica is one that is segregated. And only a few people are making money off the beaches, which are treasures of the land. So those kind of things that we need to change. There's a lot of leakages that is happening outside the country, and that's not sustainable. I'm going to jump over this video in the interest of pointing out to your audience that commercialization and environmental damage happened in our hotel industry before. I'm showing you here a hotel that was in downtown Kingston in the 50s called Myrtle Bank Hotel. These images show you a very rich and thriving coastline. All right, you have hotels on the beaches, pools on the hotel property, and you could see palm trees that thrived in the waterfront of Kingston. This is where we're looking at right now. This is a parking lot down there, in Port Royal Street, down there in Hanover Street. That's all been destroyed. And that is when you overexploit a space and you commercialize it without putting in the necessary conservation mechanism. And that is how over-commercialization is impacting the North Coast. You're not going to see the problem right now. You're going to see the problem in 20, 30, 50 years. It's going to be degraded, and we're going to be left with that. It has already started. This is a video that was captured by the Jamaica Environmental Trust that shows that massive Princess Hotel that is now been built in Onova, and how that hotel was, built at the expense of the destruction of mangrove forests that were just pretty much ripped apart to facilitate the development of a hotel down there. And the citizens of Negril are facing the brunt of it right now because they're having significant water shortage. So we do not do good at our environmentalism as far as we, it is concerned with, when you're developing hotels in Jamaica. We go in and we report mangrove forests, right? We rip those out, we dump the land up, and then we build. And so that kind of practice cannot continue, in the country. So if you take an aerial view of Negril, Ocho or Montego Bay, you can clearly see how these areas have been built up. Lots of coastal forestry removed, and these coastal forestries are not coming back, okay? And that is going to have impact on the country. We are already, degradation is happening on the beaches. We're seeing it happening inland with this big sprawls that will be, impacting the country. These are all, we build hotels in Jamaica. We build them on sands. We rip out the infrastructure. By contrast, you could see, pretty much virgin part of the coastline here when you look at the other part of the coastline where hotels built. So it is, we have to pay attention on an environmental level, because we are the people in the country that are going to feel the brunt of this, irreparable damage that will be done to our beaches. All right. All of these hotels, they're enjoying themselves. They're building our sea, building on the coast, and they're excluding our people. And we can recognize that beach is the new goal in Jamaica. It's a form of plantation capitalism where hotels are the new plantations. And so when our government says they're going to build us 10 beaches, all right, they're going to convert nice, some of the beaches that we have already. Is not expanding usage, because we already have access to all these beaches that they're talking about. And they're talking about 3 million people in Jamaica, to access 10 nice beaches, as they say. Now, we've seen the issue coming from the RDC in the 89th. We're seeing TPD and TEF taking a leading role under the Ministry of Tourism to really kind of develop this product. The product is excluding our people. The product is degrading our environment, and that needs to be stopped. So we see even at Bob Marley Beach, these issues are happening. This is a beautiful black sand beach with a lot of history. Rastafari, it was the first diving settlement in Jamaica when Rastafari was facing state-sponsored terrorism in West Kingston and had to leave, and head out east. And they head out into these land, the Sugarloaf Mountains, and set up what is now known as Bob Marley Beach. And this is a space that they're targeting also for development that will exclude a rich part of the legacy of Jamaica, which is, Rastafari. And that is happening, of course. The highway is out there. Once you bring in these highways, they open up the whole space for a lot of exploitation. And what we're saying that you need to really take the, the Jamaican people and the legacy of what we build into focus when you're thinking about doing these kind of things. And what we have been doing, we've been using the Prescription Act, which is an act that says if you're using a space for more than 20 years, then you have the right to continue to do so. So what we have been doing with communities is sensitizing communities to declare their rights. If someone comes in that try to displace them, they need to stand their ground, and they do not need to ask for any permission to use their beach. They need to continue to do so. They can contact NEPA, but they can also contact JaBBEM. And we will come in and help to, ascertain what are the issues on the ground and help them to maintain their access rights to the space. So currently, we have 4 of these cases in the court. There are 17 other beaches that we're looking at, to protect. But we have the Mame Bay Beach, the Bob Marley Beach, Little Duns River, and the Blue Lagoon. We have court tomorrow for Blue Lagoon in the Portland court, where that case is ongoing. And, the others will continue in the summer. So that is how we are fighting to actually protect. And these are 4 beaches, okay, out of 494 miles. So we really need the public to understand that the only thing that is going to help us are changes in legislation. We want reformation in land laws that will provide beach and riverbank easement on properties that adjoin the sea. This must happen. This is a political solution that needs to come into play. We want the declaration of general and unfettered rights to the entire beach and river ecosystem to be constitutionally enshrined as pillars of the country's ecological heritage. These are kind of political changes that is only administration can make by the demand of the Jamaican people. So we, JaBBEM, are really asking for these. We need the public to also ask for them. We're in an election year. We're asking people to vote on issues that matters to you. Vote on issues that you know can change equality, equity, and justice in your country. And I think access to land, access to the beaches, access to the rivers are important pillars of our country's heritage. And we need to demand that we require these changes. So I'll pretty much end with these statements that said that JaBBEM stands with the Jamaican people against beach access discrimination. We're asking the public, and this is a question for everyone out there, where do you stand? Because to deny Jamaicans that general and unfettered rights of access to our beaches and rivers is un-Jamaican. The Beach Control Act of the 1956 and politicians that uphold it are purveyors of injustice and malice against the Jamaican people. Beach access is a human right, and beach access right is internal reparation. So we're asking everyone to get on board. I mean, I'm just going to end with a page here where all people can find us. I mean, on all your social platforms out there. We have a GoFundMe if you decide that you want to contribute to our defense fund where we, pay our attorneys, or you want to sign a petition at change.org, you can go there and do so. And we'll end right here. I'll pull this slide back up right on the screen. But if there are any questions, we'll entertain those now.
Dr. Taylor, I'm going to ask you a question, all right? We always hear the Minister of Tourism, him go around and him promote brand Jamaica. But we want the people them to know what them call brand Jamaica, because Jamaica is an island, man, like island country. Jamaica itself is not a brand. It's a country like America, Canada, anything else. Them promote brand Jamaica, but here what them call brand Jamaica now. What the tourism minister promote? Rio, Sanders, Maria. Most of these hotels are not even from Jamaica, right? Hilton, Bayou Principal, etc. And them are promote sun, and sea without consider the masses of people in Jamaica. I more promote self-reliance. What's your thought on it? This brand Jamaica, because them locking way out, Them locking out our people. And them build the same thing where they show way this 3,000 room hotel. Like the one in Negril, people can't get no water, but them are promote brand Jamaica. And we just have a thing yesterday. And them send out some millions and a talk say, we are this tribe brand Jamaica. What is brand Jamaica? Jamaica is a country. The brand, what we heard them talk about is these things. I don't even think the tourist enhancement fund should have used and have spent this up. I feel these hotels should have spent them one money on them one promotion. What's your thought on it?
Well, it's unfortunate that you would brand an entire country, all right, as a tourism destination at the expense of, the people's rights, all right, people's rights to environment, and also the right for that environment to thrive. Now, we know that we are more than sun, sea, and sun, all right, and it's unethical to project the Jamaica, as such. Jamaica has, I myself, is within the research space. I'm a research scientist. I'm in research and development. That's a space that I think we need to grow in Jamaica. We need to use, a lot of our nutraceutical products, grow outside industry. We know it's through those spaces that we can build a resilient society. And to just really focus on tourism alone, we see what happened during COVID, where that industry was decimated. And in fact, what floated the country was remittances. And many of those remittances come from people who are working in diverse, different technological center, across, the world. So we can't just promote, sun, sea, and sun. We have to diverse the Jamaican economy. Now, the blue economy is very important. The earth is over 70% of water, but it's not only tourism. We can grow a lot of things in the sea. The sea has many, different nutritional products inside there that we could expand fishing. I think, there's billions of dollars that are made off of the fishing industry every year across the world. We can grow that sector, and that sector can now employ and support many more people than tourism, because, we're not anti-tourism. It's a kind of tourism that is promoted in Jamaica that I think is a concern. It's ones that locks the tourists in a resort and don't let them out. So the local economy does not benefit as such from that kind of tourism model. And in turn, it displaces the people from access to their beaches, and then that now breeds further, resentment. So the model has to open up to more a community model where they come into communities, support businesses, and then we have, the easement and access rights, to the beaches and rivers, across the island. So, the interpretation of their brand Jamaica is one that they're saying that I am interpreting as, we're selling you only tourism. You cannot build a country on that. You have to diversify the country more than that. And we know that all the sectors exist in Jamaica. Agriculture sectors, engineering sectors, science sectors exist in the country. There's many, many more areas. Manufacturing, we grow these things out, more in the country. And I think we'll have a richer economy that can support our people.
Okay, good. Well, Ratty, we know we are running for little time. Doctor, thank you. No, we are running for little time, so I'm going to turn over back to Ratty, because, we cannot start late. So, Ratty, I'm going to turn over back to you, yeah? Thanks, Doctor.
No problem.
Great to be here.
I have to turn it over to Mr. President. But let me just say a couple of things. One is, it is so important that we started with this topic, the topic of beach access. You know why, people? Because if you go back and you look at the promos that the government has been putting out for the conference, the business conference that they started today, it officially kicked off today, but substantively it will start tomorrow. So today they had the service and speeches. They're advertising sun, sea, sand. They're advertising beach lifestyle. Yet, they don't care about their own people having access to the beach. And that's why it was so important for us to say, look, they're bringing people in to invest in beaches, and who's going to benefit? Not our people. We don't benefit right now. We don't even have access to the beaches right now. So can you imagine when they come and then build a 500 room, 1,000 room, 6,000, whatever the number is? We're not benefiting. And what Dr. Taylor explained is, it's more than just the economic aspect of it. It's also the ecological aspect of it. He's saying we're destroying the very fabric of the coastline, and there is no care for that. And I think all of you know why there is no care for that, because at the end of the day, it comes down to the greenbacks. It comes down to money. But Doc, before I turn you over, by the way, folks, what we're gonna do is we can't take the phone calls now because Doc has to go. Time is at a premium. So if you want to make phone calls, we're gonna do it when we do the panel discussion at the end. But Doc, I want to ask you a question before open it up to the other panelists. Two things. One is, have you heard about the Puerto Rico beach where a certain gentleman was given a concession to use that? I don't know for how long, many years. And the beach is now open, or at least it was at one point open only to tourists on certain days. You believe that, people? Our heritage, our thing where we have and say, well, boy, this is like our birthright. And them say, no, you cannot use it. No matter how much money you have, if you're a Jamaican, you cannot use Puerto Rico 7 days a week. There are certain days where it's blocked off for tourists. I want you to do a quick comment on that. But the other thing is, can you explain to people the difference between the prescription right of 1886 and the beach access right of 1956, because I know you're using both of them. And one of them is I think the prescription 20 years, and the other one you can talk about how they flow into each other or how they don't flow into each other, and what is the solution. If you can, before you leave, give us just some concrete solutions and say, folks, and I know you've mentioned about the laws, but we're doing constitutional reform right now.
Yes.
So if you could address those 3 quick points for me, please.
Yeah, the Puerto Rico situation is an unfortunate one, and that is a result of privatization. So as I mentioned earlier, when you own the land and the land adjoins a beach, you don't, under Jamaican laws, you don't have to give anybody permission to use it. And you can tell who you want there and who you do not want there. When the government give you an exclusive license to operate a beach, you determine the rules of that. And that's what happened in Puerto Rico, where that management company can say, today, I don't want you here, okay? And they close their gate, but I want you here, and I'm gonna allow you to come. That law is because of the Beach Control Act of 1956, okay? That gives, in that law, it allows the minister to give license to who they want to give license to. All right, so once you have those exclusive license, you control that space and you make the rules around that space. And even though those rules are discriminatory, they are protected under that law. And that is unfortunate. And that's why you can't just go to a hotel gate and says, I want to use the beach, and they let you to go there. They control that land and they have an exclusive license for that beach. And so as a Jamaican, right, you do not have any right to the beaches. I don't know how to say this in any simpler terms. I can't. You just can't go there. The man them own the land, and the land adjoins the beach, and we don't have land rights, because when emancipation came, there was no reformation done around the rights of the descendants of enslaved Africans to land. They paid, I think, $20 million to all the slave owners, but nothing was done in terms of reparation for the descendants of enslaved Africans. And so property is controlled by private interests, are controlled by government, and beaches are given license that are exclusive, that shut people out, and you could do all of that. So the Beach Control Act is that legislation that regulates the entire 494 miles of the Jamaican coastline. And it's very clear what it states. The interpretation of it is that you do not have any right in or over the foreshore except for navigation. You don't have the right to bathe, to swim, to walk along the foreshore, or to fish. You only get permissions to do so, and those permissions can be removed at any time. And so that law is fundamentally wrong. It needs to be repealed and replaced. And we want that right that will come after that to be constitutionally enshrined. But I'll speak to you a little about the Prescription Act. The Prescription Act is kind of like one remedy that we have. It's also a whole colonial law, but it states that if you have been using a track, a roadway, a lane that takes you to the beach, and you never receive any permission from anyone to do so, you can continue to do so, but you have to go to the courts, and the court have to now give you that right to do so. And so the 4 cases that we're now fighting in the courts are along the prescriptive law rights. We have been saying that all these communities have been using these beaches for more than 20 years, walking on these lanes, walking on these tracks, and they need to continue to do so. And the only way we can do that is go into the courts. We have to find attorneys and money and time for people to go there in Jamaica in 2024. This is what we have to resort to as a people, because laws are in our country that fundamentally do not give us that right. And then when we stand up and fight, they say that we're anti-Jamaican. When we stand up to remove a colonial era law that tells you you have no right, And while it takes away your right, it's leading to the degradation of the coastline because of over exploitation of what is happening in Jamaica, which is an extractive tourism product that extracts the value from the foreshore, denigrate the foreshore. And we're going to be left with that. So the very same thing that attracts tourists, the brand Jamaica that they're selling, the Sun, Sea, and Sun, the way we build on these spaces, we're destroying it. And these people will pack up and they'll leave the country, just as though they have dug massive mining pits, in Jamaica, and is destroying parts of the cockpit country through bauxite mining. And they'll leave when it's all destroyed. This is what is going to happen. Climate change is going to upon us. The country is hot. Our people can't get to the beaches. They're burning up. The environment is being degraded, and we are discriminated against because we don't have the fundamental right to take a track. And listen, we are the only Caribbean country that does that. Every single other Caribbean country have given their citizens rights to access their beaches, except Jamaica.
Make it just ask one more thing. We saw the video just a few months ago where a gentleman and his young son went to a beach in St. Mary, and then a white guy who said he leased that property. Tell the guy, get out the beach. It's his beach. And he said control, I think almost 16 feet in the water. And the guy video it. You never saw that video?
I actually did that, but tell me more.
Yes, all right. I'm going to send a copy of that video and make you see it. But these are the kind of things that happen to our people. Them treat the tourists like, like slave master, and our people like slaves. That need to stop. You harass the tourists and get locked up. You can't go through the beach gate, through the hotel gate to go to the beach because you don't have no rights. Them are turn them back. These things need to stop. That's why I'm not supporting them brand Jamaica, supporting these hotels, these foreign hotels in our country. It don't make no sense. Clients I'm dealing with.
The issue is not the tourists. I think if you interview these people, they'll tell you that they want to embrace the Jamaican culture. They're not the one that are excluding Jamaica. And I don't think they run a survey and says, you want to come to Jamaica and you don't want to see
politician and the big guys.
Is the private interest, and several different governments have done this. Yes. The problem is going on for several administrations, and they have not fixed it. We are raising the awareness right now that these laws in our book have empowered the political class, and the political class is complicit at harming the Jamaican people's rights. It's simple.
Tell me something though. With Blue Lagoon, 1 minute. Blue Lagoon. Oh, that's away because I think the government and Blue Lagoon in Portland, some people are complaining about that. Where these people get over the land from government or something. People them don't have any access again. Oh, that one going over there.
We are tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We are in the Portland Parish Court that we are pushing for prescriptive right. The parochial road is the only road or the only property that the government of Jamaica owns in the area of the Blue Lagoon. Every single square inch of the lands in and around the Blue Lagoon have been privatized. And all we, the people of Jamaica, own is a road that leads into the lagoon and the body of the water. And this is supposed to be a national monument. And if we lose control of the parochial road in the Blue Lagoon, we will lose access to the Blue Lagoon. And we're fighting to keep access right for the Jamaican people by having it enshrined on any title and any document that this is the people's road. And that's what we're fighting for in the court. because for some reason, over many, many years, the government sold every single piece of land, more than 200 acres of land all around the Blue Lagoon, sold off, gone. So the public have no land in the lagoon, only a parochial road, and it was closed, and we had to demonstrate and push hard. Okay, that's what we're doing, and so we're filing the courts and we're fighting in the courts, and I'm hoping the Jamaican people are paying attention, because it may look that they're taking this beach access right today, but they're going to come for your other rights tomorrow. You must, in solidarity, and this is something that I'm appealing. This is not a partisan issue. It is political, but it's not partisan. So we have to make sure that all of these constitutional reform are done in such a way that our beach access rights, our river rights, are written into our laws, that we live on an island and we should have fundamental rights of access to these spaces. And Beach Control Act of 1956 must be repealed and be replaced by a modern, equitable, and just coastal regulation policy. And JaBBEM stand to help draft any document, as are many other environmental organizations, that is reflective of the values of the Jamaican people.
All right,
And we
hold on.
give that
Respect.
to our people.
Let me bring in
Prezi.
Prezi. Prezi.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have time constraint that we have to adhere to. We do have other speakers that are coming. But Dr. Taylor, we want to thank you for your excellent research and presentation. And you know, pictures are worth 1,000 words. You did show us a graph that depict the vast percentage of the beaches in Jamaica. The 400 plus miles of beach are privatized, and only approximately 2% or so is available to the public, which are those 8 beaches that you mentioned. If you would be so kind, can you share a URL, a website where the viewers can go to get more information on your research and your work?
Yes, they can visit JaBBEM.org, and just peruse that site. We have a lot of resources on that site that they can read into. So check us out at JaBBEM.org.
Thank you so much, Doc. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a panel discussion shortly. Go ahead, Ratty.
Yeah. In fairness to the other panelists, let's just find out if anybody have any questions before we let the doc go. Dr. Taylor, you have a few more minutes. Can take some questions from the panelists if they have questions.
Yes, I have 10 minutes. Yes.
Okay, and we're gonna ask Mr. Bailey to just sit tight again and just be patient with us because we're running late. But does anybody on the panel have a question for?
Look, I just have a little statement for him. He's a St. man. He didn't say that. I'm a little bit worried that he didn't say that. He's from Steertown too, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
All right, fine. So we both come from almost the same place. So it's a short while away. So I'm not surprised, and I know the beaches that you're concentrating on down there that have made so much of a difference. There's one beside the old sandals there. That's the one I'm after. And the land was in dispute for quite some time. The people took off of the hill over there, but on the beach itself, I hear that people have taken over bought that land beside old sandals Duns River. What's the status on that quickly?
So that case is in the courts. The trial resumed in August. We have several court hearings on that already, and so that the full argument should be heard in the court, I think, in August. Yes, that's a piece of property that this community of Steertown, Chalky Hill Airport, all used for time immemorial, and during COVID, it was fenced, walled, and the community pushed away. The community, resisted, protested, met with parish council, no resolution came. The community took matters in their own hand, they pushed fences down, and they fought. Then they came back with concrete wall and with the security forces. So it's a struggle, and the struggle is real. And I know, it's if you don't pay attention to these injustices in Jamaica, you will miss them, because they try to, they try to silence the voices. And because the people who are impacted, they do not value them in the society as much as they value their investors. And so, it is concerning that people who are considered in low socioeconomics, status, do not receive the same attention as the upper class. And it's unfortunate that these injustices continue in our country. And we're making an appeal that the access to beaches and river is a fundamental right. Access to water is a fundamental right. I mean, it was announced that they're going to build 400 houses on the Rayabuna watershed that sits right across from Pearly Beach. They're taking out an entire watershed to build 400 houses. I mean, are we not paying attention to see that water issues that is coming? We see the Green Island problem. We already have water problem in Steertown. It's going to get worse when you take this watershed out of commission. So there's a lot of degradation, and there's a lot of discrimination and environmental injustice that is happening. All the coast of what we call coastal forest. When you take out coastal forests out, you don't replace them. That, you reduce oxygenation in the air, you reduce habitat, so you're wiping out biodiversity, and you're dealing with degradation. You take out mangrove forests. They're projecting a pinnacle building to build in Montego Bay that is going to take out an entire mangrove system. We have an environmental problem and crisis brewing in Jamaica because of unchecked coastal development to support a tourism industry that displaces the Jamaican people, and a kind of plantation tourism that does not offer the value in terms of the quality work, the quality pay, how people are treated in this industry. And it needs to reform, and it needs environmental justice in it. And so we will be antagonistic in this space because we are forcing the system to change. We can't come out of 450 years of chattel slavery. We cannot come out of, come into independence. And we can't go into an era that we reform our constitution without dealing with this structural system, this system of oppression. We cannot. And so we must deal with them. And we are starting with beach access. We're starting with that because it also translates into land rights and the rights of people. And fundamentally, when you reform your constitution, we need to strengthen the Charter and rights. And we need to broaden the constitution to include an entire environmental section that deals with rivers, beaches, wetlands, lagoons. Because we are going to have a water problem on this planet. No new water is made on planet Earth. So we've got to deal with those issues.
Before I turn it over to anybody else, Herb, Jeffrey,
Dr. Taylor, the question I have for you is, what is going on in the Negril area? Is there anything in your pipeline for the Negril Marrast area and even the beach section, the Negril Community Center and the area there where they have, sometimes they have access, sometimes they don't have any access there?
No, we have not been having any. Yeah, I can hear you. We've not been running any campaigns in Negril. What came to our attention, of course, is the development of that Princess Hotel that are tapping into the water system that normal folks use in that area, and that created significant water problem. All right, so we talk about watershed use. We're talking about when you build out a tourism infrastructure without valuing the people that live in and around those communities, their water rights, their road rights, pollution, right? If you don't take these into consideration, then you are only taking into consideration, the money, the dollar that you're earning at the expense of the people rights and your people quality of life. And so that balance is not happening. Everything, resources, tax break, preference, all flow to the foreign investor at the expense of our Jamaican people. That is not balancing out anything, and that's not protecting your people. And so people see and feel these injustices in our country.
All right. Hold on, Doc. Mystic Sensation, I have a question.
Yes. First and foremost, I want to say to the panel, right, happy Father's Day to all the gentlemen on the panel. Dr. Taylor, I want to ask you a question, because what it seems like you're describing here to us is what we call crony capitalism. Would that be correct?
It is a form of crony capitalism, of course.
And let us go further and define that to the people as it relates to private sector, right? And the government, right, would make our formulate policies in the benefit of the elites. And that is what it seems like you're describing here. Now, if that is the case, just let me ask you a question as it relates to, I've heard you spoke about prescriptive law, right? Versus going up against exclusive license that have been given to some of these hoteliers, right? My question is, do you believe that the push that you're pushing as it relates to those 4 cases, right, how effective that is going to be, as opposed that to the fact that we now have a constitution reform, right? Which one of the methods that would be more, successful in reaching success, that we now have a constitutional reform and the education should be in, for inclusiveness, right? To have that change, that root cause in the constitution to change it in the constitution. And because the thing is, if we are going to play politics with that in terms of the 4 court cases that you have, right? Now, when it comes to crony capitalism, I mean, the interests of private sector, right? Between government and the private sector, and who are benefiting, it is going to be difficult for them to change this. So I am saying, I'm just, this is my subjective opinion, that if the conversation that needs to have is for us to have some inclusion in the constitution reform, and where we can have the education for people to understand that this root problem as it relates to the Beach Control Act of 1956 just needs to change. And if you change that as it relates to that conversation, I think, that would be more effective as it relates to the 4 cases that you're pursuing. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, man, you get it, man. You get it. It's fundamental changes in legislation. All right. So we ask for repeal and replacement of the Beach Control Act of 1956 to be replaced by modern legislation that now is going to say that Jamaicans have what we call general and unfettered rights, meaning that you don't need permission to access your beaches. And you cannot lease these beaches anymore and exclude Jamaicans. So Jamaicans, will be able to use their beaches, alongside tourists. So just as in Barbados, Bahamas, Cayman, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines in Hawaii, where when you go to these places, visitors, tourists, locals, everybody are on there using these beaches. That is what it's going to take. Constitutionally, yes, there are many different countries that includes, these things. Mexico have done it. Constitutionally, beaches, in terms of what they call their federal coastal protection zone is in their laws. Costa Rica have done it. So we need those changes. And in this era of constitutional reform, yes, we approach the constitutional committee and we tell them that we'd like to give a presentation, as to how we do see this rights issue, needs to be in what they call phase 1. They told us, well, you have to wait to phase 2 to get something like this in the constitution. And it turns out that in this very same parish that I'm at tonight, Portland, One of those town hall was taken over by, the JaBBEM supporters that went there to say that we do not want the same kind of tourism model that you see in Negril, that you see in Montego Bay, that you see in Trelawney, that you see in St. Anne to make its way into Portland. And so we need to get that law out the way, and you need to include in your constitution changes that will afford Jamaicans that right. And so, this, what you're pointing out here is the special interest, right? And the lobbyist group that, the Jamaica Tourism Board and all the foreign investor that comes in and shower our leaders with all kinds of money that they will bring jobs to the country, they will allow the economy to grow and all these kind of things. Only if you give me all the right to operate these spaces and exclude your people. And what our government have been doing over many, many years since 1956 is violating the rights of the Jamaican people. And I have to say this because it cut right across party line and none of them can be spared. Both administrations are guilty, guilty, guilty. We were happy to see in both the manifesto of the PMP and the GLP that they included beach access right for the Jamaican people. And in the latest budget presentation in Parliament, they both state that Jamaica should have the right to their beaches. However, we can say that we have not seen that manifest under this administration, and they have the power to do it. You don't really need for the next administration to come into being. They can change the laws right now. They have majority in Parliament, they have majority in Senate, and they can change the law. And this is a proposal that they could have put in constitutional reform, and they did not do it.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We appreciate your great work. And ladies and gentlemen, please visit JaBBEM's website. It is pinned in the chat. The URL is JaBBEM.org. It's the Jamaican Birthright Environmental Movement. And Dr. Taylor, the committee, are the panelists here, applaud your hard work. And I'm sure the listeners are very pleased with what you're doing to give back the right, or have this conversation so that we can start a movement so that beach access and beach rights are given back to the people. And we hope that this administration or the next will focus on these very important matters. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us on our first Diaspora conference tonight, Doc. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next speaker. We've been waiting in the wings for a while. He was supposed to come on a bit earlier, but we ran into some technical challenges. At this time, I'm going to invite Dr. Rupert Francis to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Donahue Bailey. Dr. Rupert. And while Dr. Francis is getting ready, I just want to let you know we will be opening up the phone lines after here, and then the panel here. We have an all-star panel here tonight that will be ready to take your calls and your comments. Dr. Rupert, back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Bailey, I know you're in the wings and you have an important engagement where you are, and I respect that, and but I'm sure the people want to hear what you have to say as quickly as possible. We're going to try to get you here. I'm not going to belay the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is important. We just want to talk about how we got here from the diaspora. And one of the best persons to do that is somebody who was there in the beginning. So I'm going to shorten the introduction and to see if he can come on right now. He is, in fact, an architect by profession. He has held several positions in the diaspora. He has done a lot of huge work in development in several countries, including Africa, the United States, and indeed Jamaica. He's really been serving his community in where he lives in the United States, and he has also been serving in Jamaica on various panels. He's also been helping us on the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. I bring to you none other than Mr. Donahue Bailey, a long-time person. He started all of this. I'm going to ask him to please give us an idea of how we got here. Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey is not quite ready yet, so I'll just bring back Prezi so Prezi can move it forward.
Thank you, Ratigan. Thank you, Dr. Rupert Francis, for that introduction. So while we're waiting on Mr. Bailey to get ready, we just want to acknowledge our team. I know you've heard from some of them, but we haven't heard from Daisy. We've heard from Mystic Sensation. And, of course, the man in the wilderness, the renegade himself. And, ladies and gentlemen, we've also heard from Vum Vam Va, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, Dr. Francis Herb. But no, Daisy, how are you? I can't tell you Happy Father's Day, but I want to say welcome to the Diaspora's event, our first biennial conference. How are you this evening, my dear?
I am very well, thank you, Prezi, for that, and good to see you again. And to all the fathers, Happy Father's Day to you, and I hope your Sunday was great. And Sir Herb, Dr. Rupert, Jeffrey, Ratigan, Father Lonesome, Mystic Sensation, and who's at the bottom there? Is that
Prezi?
Prezi, yes, okay, good. So a wonderful evening to you and to everybody in the chat. A blessed evening. And Dr. Taylor, you know, it is just listening to Dr. Taylor speak confirms why there was a protest yesterday, confirms why there was a protest in Miami, confirms why there was a protest in New York, and why there will be other protests to come. Because he's ventilating the issues that he has been talking about for a long time, ventilating issues that are at the core of the issues, the people of Jamaica. And they're talking about a constitutional reform. And he shouldn't be doing a presentation. Dr. Taylor should be on a constitutional reform committee with information that will help them to craft legislation, because he has the skill set to craft legislation that affects the people as it relates to beach control and beach access in Jamaica. So I listen to him, and you feel sad to know the state of affairs as it relates to Jamaicans having access to that which is their own. They're treated like second-class citizens in their own country. It is sad and it is shameful. And the distraction that is happening with citizenship argument is a non-issue. This is the issue. Jamaicans do not have the right to access their own beaches, and we're not talking about that every single day. Those are problems. And to have this conference, and it's the first, it's a wonderful thing. And thanks, I'm happy to be a part of it. And coming out of it is, I hope, is a way forward that they can start listening to the members of the diaspora and come to the Diaspora Council, the real Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, for the ideas, because we're more than willing to help to make Jamaica a better place, work with any government, but it cannot be that arrogance is at the forefront of what they do. There has to be some humility and some understanding that we're all in this together. Nobody is fighting to destroy Jamaica. Everybody wants to make Jamaica a better place. And listening to Dr. Taylor reinforces that, because when you take away access to beaches, people are frustrated. When they couldn't take, I remember growing up, you could take a trip down to Doctor's Cave Beach in Montego Bay. I mean, and that trip was like an entire day, so you'd have to leave home from like 4 o'clock from country to get to Montego Bay. But that was something we looked forward to. The Beach and all these other beaches, to have some fun. And when that is taken away from the people, what do you have? How do you, as a group, as a community, how do you come together to just have some fun, to just let your hair down and just, even for a day, if everything is taken away from you? The people of Jamaica are not at the forefront of the planning for any of the government's plans right now. And that is rather unfortunate. It's rather unfortunate. Even in healthcare, when the travel advisory was issued the other day, I heard the minister come out and say, what can happen is to put a wing on the hospital for tourists. So the tourists are more important than the locals. We have nothing against tourists. We have nothing against tourism, but tourism in and of itself is not an economic driver. It's a contributor, but it is not. It should not be the main focus. So in everything, the Jamaican people are second. They're not thought of. They're not consulted, but they're just told what needs to be done and what will be done, while they're the ones who are suffering. They're feeling the brunt of all of these plans that do not include them. And it's about time we all stand up and speak on their behalf, speak for the voiceless, be the voice for the voiceless, because this can no longer, there's no need for another hotel in Jamaica, no need for another, but there can be better regulation so that the Jamaican people have a say and take back their beaches. And the only way to change the laws on the books fundamentally is to bring the people with the know into the conversation, like a Dr. Taylor. He shouldn't be going through the courts. He should be on these committees and be taken seriously because he has the skill set to craft the legislation. There are other people that can do the same thing. So we have to take our talent seriously, and we have to take the issues seriously, because Jamaicans are important, and they are the best thing that has ever happened, because we are all Jamaicans and we feel for them.
Thank you so much, Daisy, and appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're running into some issues with our guest, Mr. Bailey. We're going to move on into our panel discussion, and I'm going to invite our fearless leader to lead us into this conversation. And also, just want to let you know the phone numbers are pinned at the top of the chat. We do have our phone number for this conference. It is our primary number, and it is pinned at the top of the chat. You can access that number, but for your benefit, I will also read that number. That number is 757-655-3377, 757-655-3377. And at this time, I turn over to Rattigan, who will tell us when to open the phone lines. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Mr. Bailey, and I think Dr. Francis wants to make a comment about that, which because he was supposed to have introduced him. So I'll have Dr. Francis talk about Dr. Bailey, what's going on with him, and then we'll just move right into the panel discussion, and then we'll open up the phone line.
Thank you very much, Brother Will. I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say it to you. And Mr. Bailey apologizes, but he had guests at home, and you know how it is. It's Father's Day, and many of us are. But so he has promised to be on to give you the background that we have as soon as possible. And he's a very reliable person. And he asked me to apologize publicly, and I look forward to having. I want to thank everybody for your patience, and we look forward to the panel discussions that are moving forward. I want to also say that this is why this is so important. This first conference that we are doing, people must pay attention to the information, because what Brother Wilfred and everybody else is doing is making you understand why it's important to own your own country, right? And that's what is important. Thank you, Mr. Rattigan. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you again, and it's we'll catch up with Mr. Bailey sometime soon. Now, folks, this is the fun part. Well, not that the first part wasn't the fun part, but the first part was also, you know, we had to sit there and listen to some very, very devastating news. And I know that Dr. Taylor touched many of you. In fact, I have a very dear friend in the chat who said, listen, I'm going to have to support him right away with a nice donation to his foundation to help out with what's going on in the courts. Because as you heard him, that's the solution, because they put things in the manifestos, but then you know, the manifestos is just it's a thought. It doesn't, it's not binding. It doesn't say that you must do this. They say that we are going to, but as we know, and if you go back and you look at the 2016 and the 2020 manifesto, you see a lot of things that were promised and they haven't been delivered to this very day. So that was it was kind of enlightening, but at the same time depressing. But now we want to take it up a little notch. You know, we want to talk about what happened yesterday, and then we want to open the phone lines. But tell you what, I can't think of no better person than to, although him give me the job to moderate this piece, but I think it's only fitting that I turn it back to him and say, you moderate it, because he was out here yesterday and he did a fantastic job in terms of just monitoring the situation, taking charge of the situation, controlling the situation. And it's only fitting that we have Prezi come back and continue what he did yesterday and just talk to us about it. And then I can come back and talk to you about the conference that's going on in Jamaica and where we stand with that. We're not going to spend much time on them because, you know, it's a business conference and it won't affect many of us who are here with us tonight. Because as I said to you, don't go to the conference. If you have to go to Jamaica for a vacation, by all means go and support the economy, support your family and your friends. But you don't need to go to that conference and spend $4,000 to $5,000 if you're coming out of New York for 5 days or something like that. And at the end of the day, you're not going to get anything out of it, because what they should have done, if they really wanted you to invest in Jamaica, they should have make you pay. If you live at Brooklyn, them should have it at the consulate and make you pay a parking $25, and you come in and you listen, and then you decide if you want to invest. But if they tell you no, spend $4,000 or $5,000, come to Jamaica, come listen to what we think that you should be investing in. Furthermore, there are certain talks that they're giving in Jamaica this week that they're going to tell you in the diaspora. Remember, no, you're flying down there and they're going to tell you how to make money in the diaspora. Make sense? No, absolutely not. You not forgot Jamaica for figure out how to make money where you live in the diaspora. It's nonsense. This is a scheme. It's a racket. It's designed so you can come and spend money and make them look good. And finally, don't forget, folks, they're saying that this is your conference, but we are inviting you to your conference, and we're inviting you to come and spend money at your conference, and we're also inviting you, but you have to pay $160 to come in your conference to get information. Foolishness. Enough said. Prezi, here you go, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Will. Ladies and gentlemen, let me commend those of you who came out yesterday to Washington, D.C. I'm telling you, it was an amazing event. I've been to many conferences. As many of you know, I've emceed many shows with many Grammy Awards winning artists all over. And I get fly around the world to do many events. But let me tell you this, that event yesterday was one of them that will always be in my mind and in my heart, because the people who came out are some of the most patriotic people and patriotic Jamaicans I've known. And let me say this, I am so pleased. And the moment I came on board and become a part of this movement, yesterday kind of culminate the whole thing, where I see why we do what we do when we do what we do. And first and foremost, I want to commend our great and wonderful leader, Herb, for taking charge of this leg of the protests. And I'm excited also to talk about July 27th, when we come over into old Canada. I can't wait to join with all the amazing people over there. But we'll talk a little bit more about that soon. But as it relates to yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we got out there early because, of course, y'all know that we had an artist, which most of you would be aware by now. And I'm glad Carlos is not here, because it is interesting. Yesterday after the protest, I'm going to hop back and forth a little bit, but yesterday after the protest, the artist said to me, and I'll say it, I know you're watching, my brethren, big up yourself. But him said to me, you need for rein in Carlos, because him a going too bad. And I said, well, when deal? Boy, the man XZ, when he lay out some set violations or some violations I believe Carlos did. But as I said to him and everybody else, I have no dog in the fight. I'm not a PMP and I'm not a JLP, and I don't trust neither one of them. I've met with I've met with both parties on high level meetings. And I'll tell you this, I have no dog in the fight. And I will tell you this, I'm for Jamaica. I'm for what I believe is important, a Jamaica that is free from corruption and a Jamaica that's about what we, the people, want. And we, the people, want a government that is accountable, and we want a safe and prosperous future. And that's all we're asking for. So I said to him, well, listen to me, I'll say something to Carlos, which I did. I had a heart-to-heart conversation with Carlos, and Carlos said, well, listen to me, I'm just using my creative rights as a person who can create, and with free speech, to create a fictional character. And that fictional character I create, I have a depiction of the fictional character that I created, and he's taking it personal. And he's asking me, why do you think he's taking it personal? So I leave them to argue that. But as you guys who were there, you saw, I went over after the conference. I talked to the people on the opposing side. I dealt with them as fellow Jamaicans. We weren't all in any beef or animosity, but we went to show them what Brand Jamaica is about. Representing Brand Jamaica is about, after this political banter, after your bullhorn and interruption, we're still gonna come over and shake your hand. You're still a Jamaican. You're still our brothers and sisters. We still love you. And we're not here to argue with you or take it into the mud with you. We're here to speak on the issues. But I will tell you though, the protest that Herb organized yesterday and that Ratty, Dr. Rupert, and everyone else who were there participated in was a protest about issues. It was about focusing on the issues. And know the ambassador, made phone calls. We talked to people from the Secret Service, and Herb can tell you, we know that they had at least 3 details posted out there from the Secret Service because they were told that there was a threat against the embassy because we were coming. Well, I spoke to the officer in charge, and she's an amazing woman. I won't mention her name, but she's phenomenal. And she was like, hey, listen to me, I want to come to Jamaica. I love what happened. I love what I see. I'm pleased, and I'm very, very happy I got this detail because you guys are just simply amazing. And I have grown a new respect and a profound respect for you guys, for Jamaica, because, it wasn't really on my radar. But what I see happen here today have made me very happy and willing now to want to learn more about your country, about your people, and you guys are amazing. I want to thank the Secret Service. I want to thank the DC Metropolitan Police and everyone who came in. But the bus from New York, Marva, and your team, you guys did a phenomenal job. And we will, as the week progresses and we start to picking this thing apart, give all of you the kudos. And we want to thank you. One final point before I open it back to Herb and the panel is, I want to commend the Jamaican government as it is to keep the laws of Jamaica, and in no way I'm pro or con anything in this particular, but we noticed that in this month of June, which is Gay Pride Month, a lot of the embassies have the Gay Pride flag waving, but the government of Jamaica, because in the Jamaica law, it is forbidden, they weren't flying the flag. So some people saw it and was like, what does that mean? And I said, well, listen to me, I will commend the government if they're doing something right. What they also talk about was the government actually keeping the law. And I said, well, I'll highlight that if that's something you think is important. So here I am highlighting some of the concern that the people who attend the protest had. Some of you were talking about some of the little holes in the window jamb and the disrepair of the building. It could take a coat of paint. and some upkeep. But I want to commend those of you who stepped on that land and felt that sense of pride, like myself. Because when I stepped on the premises of the embassy, I felt a sense of pride that my country, that my nation is represented by the American States, and we have been there, and not the United States, but the Organization of American States, which is also one of the people who deal with all of these embassies and their outposts throughout, including their consulates. But thank you to the government of Jamaica for keeping the building nice. I like the garden. I like the back there. It is really nice. And we want to commend them from the upkeep on the outside. We think it's good, but the building, as others point out, could take a little dose of paint, and we'll be happy to see that. And we commend you on upholding the laws of Jamaica, even in the midst of some of those things, because as you know, our constitution have buggery laws, and I see that you guys were keeping it. So I want to commend you. To the protests who are anti what we're doing, the anti-protesters, we understand that you do have a right to protest, and we commend you for coming out, for taking the time. But Clifford, I don't know if you want to take this thing to another level, but Mr. Carlos is permitted to say what he wants to say. And if you believe that he is, attacking you in any way, he's accessible, and I know you know how to find him. But Herb, kudos on the hard work, and want to commend you on everything that you have done.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prezi, and thanks to the team that's here, Will Rattigan, Jeffrey Tavares, and of course the indomitable Doc Francis. Folks, yesterday was an experience that would tend to anger some, and in other ways it taught us a lesson in patience. Right? The folks who were flown up from Jamaica, the folks who are not part of the United States diaspora, those people led the opposition to what we were doing yesterday. And I can understand that the government is employing various tactics to put an end to what we have started here in the diaspora. But the government will fail, as they are failing now in everything else that they're doing. The fact of the matter is, they have a very wily and a very smart ambassador who's been doing her best to undermine our efforts. And this month, the month of June, is Caribbean American Month. Yeah, they put it with the Gay Pride Month, but this is Caribbean American Month. And we have been celebrating that fact. We celebrated in the Congress. We also participated in talks with various Congress people, and we explained to them the concept of safer cities and the role that we can play in expanding that concept. They were glad to hear it because they're looking for something that they can do, propose in the near future, and that proposal is going to go forward for Haiti, of all places, which, as you know, has been ravaged over the last decades. Now, with Jamaica has the Project Star program, and they would like to expand that program as well. We spoke with the Miss Dawn from USAID, and we told her in no uncertain terms that the CBSI program, Caribbean Basin Security Initiative program, was not working in the fashion that it should for Jamaica, because when the U.S. pours money in, it's like a hole in the bucket. Money is pouring out, but it's not pouring out onto the ground. It's pouring out into somebody's pocket. It's not their fault. It's just that the U.S. does not put a return on investment value or cause Jamaica to have to report to them what happened to their funds. On the other hand, we, the diaspora, are asking the question, what happened to our funds that we in the Northeast diaspora sent to Jamaica during the COVID period? Over 460,000 US dollars. And we have not been able to get a report. And then we transition into the reports that the US has failed to ask what happened to their $750 million that came from the US, World Bank, and Inter-American Development Bank. There's no answers. There are no records that we could go, let's say, to a website and look at the funds going in and the funds being applied across the board, especially into underserved communities. So we're serious about results. We are results oriented, and we don't see that happening. Our people worked hard yesterday, yes, and our people were opposed by bullhorns and people who did not bring a message from the Jamaican government who sponsored them. They had no messages. They didn't talk about accomplishments because there's probably none. And they did not talk about any visions for the future. We were dealing with those items all day yesterday. This was organized and this was sponsored to allow people to come together and see where we are going and let the ambassador and her crew understand that we're here and we're here to stay. And we're not going to renege on any of our promises. Now, she may want to undermine us, but she's going to have to come a lot better than she came this past week. And by the way, President, we are down at the OAS, the Institute of Caribbean Studies, and the Institute of Caribbean Studies has been involved in trying to improve Jamaica for over 25 years. They have been faced with the same issues, and they have been ignored. And they understand what corruption means, because we have dealt with that question, not only in Jamaica, but here in the US, where corrupting influences ignore what our intents are. So it's not just about Jamaica, it's about Jamaica and what Jamaica wants for itself and wants from the Organization of American States as well as the United States. And we're hoping that the continued talks that we'll have will bring fruition to the proposals that we are making to stop the corruption and to allow a listing of global predators, sexual predators, to force the Caribbean countries who refuse to supply that information. If you want to get US aid, if you want to get any kind of aid, IMF, World Bank, they're going to have to force you to disclose that data in order to get that aid. This is what we're proposing. And I believe we have a listening ear so far, and we're going to go further, speaking to the Senate, not just to the House, but now to the US Senate. And I tell you, that will be our main thrust over the next few months. So again, Prezi, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Jeffrey, you were in DC yesterday. How would you surmise the event, and what feedback would you like to give people of being there on the ground yourself?
You know, I had a great time yesterday, and one of the greatest time I had yesterday was interviewing Wilfred Rattigan. when I listen to him and look at him, you can see the passion and the love for his people. And I was saying to myself, if all of us could just have such love and such passion for our people. But sorry, by the way, good night to everyone. I do apologize. Good night to Mystic Sensation, His Excellency Sir Wayne Lonesome, and Her Royal Highness Marie. Not to mention the Sir Herb Nelson, who he's dubbed on social media as the Silver Fox, and Sir Rupert Francis. Yes, I was saying that yesterday when I was interviewing Wilfred Rattigan, and you listen to Will, you can hear the genuine love for our country, and it's not as if he's just doing it because he's trying to get some recognition. No, you listen, and when you ask the question, he gives you the answers because of what? He loves his people. He loves his country. And for all the naysayers out there who keep on saying that Mark Golding pay us and whatever, I pay my plane ticket from Florida straight to Washington. I did it the same way I did it for New York. No one paid for my plane ticket. No political party paid for my plane ticket. We're here because we want to do it. We're here because we're doing it for our country. And we believe in our country. We believe that this country can change. And the change that we seek has to come from us. And all of us on this panel here, we're the one who's trying to say to our people, hey, stand up. You can't depend on a Wayne Lonesome alone, or a Jeffrey Tavares, or a Wilfred Rattigan, or Herb Nelson Jr., or Mystic Sensation, or Rupert Francis. You all have to stand up. We are doing our part. The bus and taxi operators in Jamaica started. Come together, Jamaicans. Stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for this piece of rock, this gem in the Caribbean. Stand up for Jamaica. We don't stand up for Jamaica. But when we're all gone, when a Wilfred Rattigan is all gone, and a Jeffrey Tavares is all gone, and a Maurice is all gone, let it be said that we did something. That our children said that we did something. The Dirty 30 did something. We stand up for this piece of rock. And no matter what people want to say about us, we were focused. As what Wilfred Rattigan always said, be focused. Don't have on in the blinker, neither left nor right. Be focused. And we were focused yesterday. They had two bullhounds, my God in heaven. The two bullhounds, oh, there was like, some raiding bull that has no substance. There was nothing there. There was nothing there to say, hey, what we're saying is lie. All they can hear, Rattigan, 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 Herb Nelson, Rattigan, Rupert. And I'm like, there's nothing of substance to counteract what is going on, to counteract what we're saying. And if all that we're saying was wrong, if we were lying about everything, don't you believe that they'll come out long term and say to us, hey, you all are lying? Especially when my good friend Wayne Lonesome will come out and call him some names that I don't want to call him on the platform here. They would have come out long term and say, hey, you're lying. But they can't come out and say anything. $1.7 trillion of taxpayers' money gone down the drain. Where it is. This woman weep for her child because there's not a ventilator. I had the former deputy mayor of Morant Bay wife on my platform. She couldn't stay long. She had to leave. because her husband died because of medical negligence. And this is the country we talk about a 2030 vision to live and work and raise family. And because we come out and we speak out and we stand up for this country, we're being called treasonous. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that the person who called us that name know the meaning of treason. You know, you have some people who go to school, and because they have some doctorate of literature and doctorate of this and doctorate of jackass behind their name, they believe they know it all. But let us continue to fight. And I hope and pray that our people in our country will get the courage to stand up, like in the 1990s, when Jamaicans rise up and say enough. I will, and I pray and hope that our people in 2024 Jamaica will stand up and say enough is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we don't, then this country of ours has no turning back. Jamaica is going on a slippery path and a slippery slope of no return. President, that's all I have to say to you, to everyone.
Appreciate
have a good
it.
night. I mean, you know, have a
Dr.
good night.
Rupert,
I mean, thank you for having me on. And you know,
you'll get a chance to wrap up later on. Dr. Rupert, you were also at the event, and I'm sure you have a feedback you would like to provide the audience concerning what Washington was about and the path forward leading into Toronto. Please unmute your phone, sir. Your microphone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to share. That was yesterday was one of the most memorable days I've had and the most encouraging days I've had. Because I'm telling you this, the feedback was wonderful. I know that the persons were next door, but the behavior of our persons in our crowd was so significant and overbearing. I think that they must have thought that, boy, they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. I know it only took their, what should I say, because they just didn't want to look bad. They stayed there. But believe you me, when they saw the enthusiasm of the crowd, and they themselves must have, and the songs that we chose to sing. I remember we played there, but tired for silver face. Everybody loves that. And they almost started singing it themselves. The meaning that you must be tired of seeing us. Yes, we were, but we still love them. But, you know, let me say this also. The discipline of the crowd. So why were we there? And everything that was with us. We started off on time. The place was laid out on time. We were in gear a long time before they even got in gear. They didn't know what was up or who was coming. And I am telling you this, that we should be proud. Everybody went out there to give and everybody gave of themselves. Even before our other person who had journeyed from such a long place. And many of us came from a long place, you know. Many of us drove from Florida, North Carolina, many other places. A lot of people are saying, we must be, in fact, we are treasonous. And they don't know the meaning, as someone said earlier, of the word. I don't think they do. Because nobody is there to cut off anybody's head. Certainly not us. We were the ones who were being threatened. We were the ones who were holding the blade and not the handle. And that because of the remarks of high-ranking people that's supposed to be representing everyone, all persons. It was really disillusional, to be quite honest with you. However, the environment in which we found ourselves is one of the best. We were right in front of the embassy. I'd been there, I'd been inside, and the people were kind. In spite of instructions and maybe requests, they allowed us to use their facilities nearby. They were friendly. People were asking questions. Many of them came down that alley walking and skanking to the beat of reggae beat. and the spirit of the Jamaican people. So I want to say this to you. Why were we there? We were there to make you understand who are out there watching and saying, yes, you know, these people, we got to taint them. We got to make them look terrible. We don't want to talk to them because if we talk to them, we know we cannot win the argument. And that's why 3 times we reach out to them on December 27th. Next, we wrote to them in February. And also we made overtures with one member of their team. And to this date, all we got was some horrible press releases, assumptions, and what have you. And they knew full well where I am coming from. There's no mistake. They try to chase you and they try to make you look small and they try to tell things about you or find things that they can say. But thank God they were able, it threw on deaf ears. People still came and people said, all I'm saying to you Jamaican people out there, listen to me. If you want to see a Jamaica, when this man spoke tonight about the beaches and I asked him, he's from the same place I'm from, Orchard Center and all that sort of thing, and where the battle is, I knew of the battle. People with money just want to take over these places. They don't care what happens to the mangroves. They don't know that the best of the fishes come from the mangroves. The crabs come from the mangroves. The crayfish comes from the mangroves. Everything you can think of that we love and we love to eat in Jamaica. And when you destroy them, you're destroying the best part of Jamaica. And you're also destroying the aquifers. Mangroves are important. And when they're gone, they're gone. And so it's no secret why people are trying to take over Jamaica, because we're the best in the world. We don't hate Jamaica, as many of you are saying. We love, and we don't, you carve the name brand Jamaica. But who do I think about? Usain Bolt. He is brand Jamaica, and he lost $12 million. And nobody can tell where it is. And yet he's brand Jamaica. Think about that. Huh? The fact of the matter is, I have no problem with people making money. I have no problem. But I say to you, if the persons with wealth and so on can make money, so can the poor people. Why are we buying fruits and vegetables from overseas? Why are we buying water from the Dominican Republic? Why? Because we have shut off our own water there. Why are some of the richest people owning the water, owning the weed, owning everything? All of a sudden, weed was not a thing to talk about. Now it's the thing to do. Go to a weed shop and relax. And it's owned by somebody who would never have gone there before. I salute those Rastafarians who praise the weed. I wish I could praise it too, but I can't praise that mess of myself. Honestly. That's it, I know. But the point I'm making is very important. It's part of our culture. The coffee, right? The beaches, the mountains and everything. So I just want to tell you, that's why we are there, to preserve all of that. We just want responsible leadership, strident leadership, and people who mean the country good. Wilfred Rattigan, my friend Herb Nelson, Lonesome, the Mystic 2, the Revelation, we don't see in Canada. And all of those persons that are here are not here. I know a lot of people. I want to call a couple, I'm going to call her Commish. I'm not saying no more than that. But ladies and gentlemen, we have some people that came to this place. They are devoted, right? And I want us to give them a shout. Because tonight is a celebration to tell them what they're going on in Jamaica, that this is the real conference, because we are speaking about issues that can have solutions for Jamaica, not just because we want to talk and make money for Jamaica. And by the way, lastly, I was add, the diaspora needs investment too, so that we can thrive as a diaspora. Can you imagine if the other 4 or 5 or 6 million people out here were to do the same thing? Man, they could not stop us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please think again. Reframe your thinking. Tell yourself, ask yourself the question, why do they want to stop us? Why? And you will get the answer. Because Tom drunk and Tom no fool. But I want to say one last thing on this evening right now, because I'm not going to say it, is we don't trouble this man, and we don't trouble nobody. But when you trouble this man, it is going to be a bam bam, as you have all noticed. One love, one heart, one aim, one destiny. Take it over. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rupert. Before we bring in Ratty to take us to the next aspect of this, I just want to go over here. Here in my hand is a list. You probably can't see it, green screen. But we have a list of the people who came and registered at the event, a lot of names, a lot of sheets of paper. And so I just want to shout out to some of the cities and some of the countries that came out. So we have people as far as from South Africa. So I want to big up South Africa in the place. We had Las Vegas was in the place. And we have Texas, we had Kentucky, we had New York, and of course, in the whole Northeast, DC was there. Of course, Virginia was there. Maryland, of course, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, all of that, and all the different boroughs in New York and all the Northeast areas. We have people from North Carolina that was also there, and I'm telling you, and I'm missing quite a few because I'm skimming through here, but I want to thank everyone for taking the time. Those of you from Canada, thank you. And for those of you, the tens of thousands of you who streamed it, watched it in different areas and on different platforms, thank you, because you are the ones we're doing this for. And ladies and gentlemen, the fight continues. And this week, we're going to pick apart what these business heads are doing, which have nothing to do with the future as it really matters to the ordinary people. But them and their associates who can afford to go on a resort and walk on the beach by permission through the fees that they pay and the necessary money that they pay to go there. But we want things for the people. And we want to thank every one of you who are patriots, who are fighting for this. And this is important. And as I said to you, when I was a police officer, there are so many things that I saw in terms of corruption and solutions that we have offered, even until this day, that are yet to be accepted by either party. But the fight continues, and we're never going to stop. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn back to the Rottweiler himself, the man who's the rebel.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let me just say, and I'll be very brief because I want to bring in the man of the wilderness and Sister Marie and of course the dynamic duo, Mystic Sensation and Herb, because Herb not really get a chance to say much today, but him have a lot to say. Let me just say that I have this reputation of being soft, but there are lots of people in prison right now. Let me say it again. There are lots of people in prison right now, and some who have come out that thought the same thing about me. I am strategically soft. I don't have to run no matter. I have patience. And that's one of the things the FBI taught me. Them say, just be patient. Because criminals by nature will commit crimes. And if you don't catch them today, you will catch them tomorrow. That's what we're planning to do with those people in Jamaica. We're not in a hurry and rush, because we will get them. Trust me, people. Will we get them tomorrow? I can't tell you that. But as long as there's breath in my body, I am going to try. I promise you that. I am going to try. So yesterday, a certain artist just dip on my name, live on my name, hop on my truck, and wouldn't jump off. But there's no problem with that. Because this is the same person who had written to me and said, if you want a big crowd, then hire me and I will bring a big crowd. So when I heard that this artist was going to be there, I said, wow, it must be a massive crowd, followed by an endorsement by the ambassador who says, I'm telling everyone, because they said that they've openly proclaimed that they represent the wider diaspora and we're a fringe element. We are, what them call them, treasonous, right? So we're just a little small group. Well, the small group kick them, you know what, in a Miami. Small group kick them, you know what, in a New York. And the small group come back yesterday and kick them, you know what. Because with all of the big name and with all of the proclamations, everything like that, when I got there and I looked across the street, I said, maybe that group, them not really come yet. But after an hour, 2 hours, I missed the same number. And by the way, it was 8. I think it was 8. See,
Nothing look fine, you know. So I didn't see him 8 when they in New York. I didn't see him yet.
Yeah. So, and Herb raised a very good point, over the past few days. He raised a point saying that can a diplomat, an ambassador, encourage her own countrymen and women to protest against her own countrymen and women? That's a valid point, because he said, look, she's supposed to be a diplomat. She's supposed to be about the business of Jamaica, not about splitting Jamaicans. And this is the same person who says time and time again that, them represent the greater Jamaica, a diaspora, and that them want peace and tranquility. And here it is that you come out with a message of division a few days ago. So, we're not really paying much attention to what they're saying, because we have a single-minded focus, which is the people of Jamaica and also people in the diaspora, because there are people in the diaspora who are, frankly speaking, suffering. And a lot of them in the South, but some of them in New York, I've met some of them. So we're not worried about the name calling and anything like that. And oh yes, there's a very, very strong supporter of ours is going to write some letters to her senators and her Congress person, because, and I pointed it out to someone yesterday, I said, you know what? The Secret Service people, you say they were Secret Service, Park Police, Metro Police, and I can tell you that my former agency, them have people out there too, and them working overtime. And working overtime. Why? Because someone provided a false report to them saying that we posed a threat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. And they were out there in numbers. It wasn't like just 2 or 3. They had a couple vans parked there. So, our supporter, please go ahead with the letter writing campaign, and we will join you on that in that endeavor as well. So that's all I have to say. What I'd like to do at this point is just open up the conversation, and then we turn on the phone and take some more calls, because it's 10:30 and somehow we have to go work tomorrow. But by the way, tomorrow we're going to be dealing, today we dealt with beach access. Tomorrow we're going to be dealing with education, right? We're going to be dealing with education. And I just saw a thing here. I don't know if you guys saw it. I just saw a thing here where our Northeast rep, who represents more than 1 million people, who took 10 people in our delegation to this business conference, they're giving away 40 computers. They're giving away 40 computers to students for coding purposes. And it's all contrived. I'm glad that they're taking the computers. But if you look at the timing and all of that, but we're going to let that slide, because at the end of the day, she no have no job come the next election, because you can't represent 1 million people and you can only get 10 people, and you get less than 100 votes. If that is the case, so comes me, I go run against her. I go run against her for that of the case. I mash up them plan, because when my team go to the ministry, I want them tell me, say, no, them now go approve it. And by the way, that name supposed to happen, because people, we know how the name registered in Connecticut. And there's a newspaper report that it's fairly balanced today, because one of the things it said was that the artist came out saying that he's coming to defend brand Jamaica and enhance it and blah, blah, blah. And them come, and all them could hear is, shame on you, Mr. Rattigan. Shame on you, Mr. Rattigan. I know me had the issue. The issue are the illicit 6. The issue are the failure for verification of your statutory declaration. Yeah, the issue are the 1.7 trillion, the issue of poverty, the issue of the DPP, the issue of the violation of the constitution for the state of emergency.
Travel advisory to Ratty.
The travel advisory. That's the issue.
The place. That's a big issue.
Not me, not my words. So anyway, what I don't know is somebody said me for run against oh yeah, look, them organization mash up. Oh, by the way, people, before I open this, I need Herb to come on and talk to us about what's going on with the Jamaican Independence Ball, the gala that they normally have in New York, because it's a staple. They make a lot of money every year off of it. And then suddenly now, they said, we're not going to have it. And the reason they gave is because the staff is preoccupied with other duties. No, I've heard from a lot of people in the diaspora connected to that event. And they said, it can't be true because we're the ones who do the work. We're the ones who do the work. The embassy people them get involved with the invitees list and the location and where to keep them, but they don't do the heavy lifting. The heavy lifting is done by the people in the diaspora, and these same people are saying this is a lie, something wrong here. But Herb dug a bit deeper, and I want him expose. He mentioned it yesterday, but it's important for you to hear it again. And if you haven't heard it, it's important for you to hear it for the first time. So Herb, can you talk to them about this 501c3 and how the money was funneled and so on and so forth? So please.
Yes. The interesting thing about our ambassador and our consul general in New York is that around the time that Babsy Grains first requested funds to assist Jamaica during COVID, that in fact they got the money. And a prominent attorney in New York, who's Jamaican, says, how can they do that? How can they come here, violate FARA, just ignore the U.S. government? Here you have a foreign government asking for funds here in the United States from U.S. citizens, and there's no accountability whatsoever. You don't know whether they're getting money from gangsters. You don't know whether it's dirty money, in other words, the laundered funds, and people don't know. They're not going to get any benefit that they would from a 501c3. So all of a sudden now we have the formation of a new 501c3, which is Jamaica's Promise, and then all the requests for funding starts again. And that money that they collected, that 460,000 US dollars, US, not Jamaican, gets funneled through that organization and ends up down in Jamaica. Now, I didn't know who the organization was or who the officers that control it were until we got the backlash from the embassy. And I said, you know what? I've been minding my own damn business. So now, since we get this backlash, she's going to have my undivided attention. And I started diving. Come to find out that, they want to cancel everything this year because they've been collecting money for quite a while on this event in New York. And the event is producing money for whom? Where's that money ending up? It sure as hell is not ending up helping people who are destitute here from Jamaica. That, as far as I know, because when those people pop up, we have had to work to house them or pay a medical bill or something. It's only when people die you see the people from the embassy or the consulate go out to go verify who they are and help get the body back to Jamaica if that's the case. But in this case, where they're talking about they can't hold the ceremony anymore for independence. It's none other than your esteemed Consul General in New York, who heads up the Jamaica's Promise nonprofit group, right? And who is her second is our Jamaica's ambassador to the United States, Audrey Marks. So as far as I'm concerned, there are no officers in there that are U.S. that would justify that organization and their registration. The same way they couldn't register the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council because there were 3 members of the Jamaican government that were the top 3 officers in the organization. So the only thing left to surmise and to conclude is that they've taken all this money and done what? We don't know. And now, to avoid their ultimate accountability, they're saying they can't do it anymore, right? But that doesn't relieve them of the responsibility of giving an accounting of how much funds was collected over the years by each year and what is the disposition of those funds. And they need to do that under FARA because they've been misrepresented. Apparently, it appears misrepresented all these years. So now they haven't even come clean because nobody knows about the who's behind the Jamaica's Promise. They assume it's a bona fide, legitimate nonprofit organization, and that their intent is pure and their intent is just. So that's where we are with that particular organization.
Let me bring in Mystic Sensation, yeah. This is our open session now. We can dive in a whole bunch of things. We don't have much time, but you sent me something, Byron, and you said you wanted to say a few words about it. So the dynamic duo.
Yes. All right. First, I want to say, big up to all the persons who tune in, right? And of course, I want to say, as it relates to what Herb had done in terms of organizing that march, I think it was a grand success. But the truth be told, I got a shot in my belly when I saw that entertainer right at the opposite end, and he was shouting out treason and all sort of antics. And you know what? The truth be told, the first person who came to mind is Harriet Tubman. That during her time, right, she indeed made the effort through the Underground Railroad to, definitely pull over 70 black people, right, out of slavery. And I realized right then and there, as it relates to what Harriet Tubman said, that many more slaves could have been freed, but only if they knew that they were slaves. And you see, when I hear the utterances from that entertainer, I said, wow. So it stimulated me to say that although you're going to have this program tomorrow, which is education, it is a key essential thing as it relates to our success. Because what education will derive from is that if you have an educated nation, we are going to make educated decisions in terms of selecting good government. And when we select a good government is going to make good decisions. And when good government make good decisions, we are going to have a better nation. Now, let me say something here. When you look at all of this, and we realize that the purpose of our gathering there yesterday was to show that our mission was in pursuit of good governance, checks and balance, and transparency. Now you're going to tell me now that we are in a civilized time. A civilized time. And you have the guardrails of justice as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, right, that serve as a guardrails, checks and balance, right, as it relates to procurement rules and so forth. And here you are, here we are in this juncture, that the Prime Minister for our country cannot have his statutory declaration certified going 3 years. And the funniest thing is that when you look on mainstream media trying to deflect, when you look on the entertainer try to deflect, I am not seeing where mainstream media is asking the Prime Minister as it relates to his statutory declaration that hinge on illicit enrichment. And instead of having that conversation, you twist and you twine, you're talking about dual citizenship. I heard Jeffrey spoke earlier and spoke about 1.7 trillion that missing from our treasury. And I want to ask a question. Which of the two is of more significant? Whether Mark Goulbourne want to have a dual citizenship, which the Constitution allowed. Mark Goulbourne has not broken any constitutional law. And here you have a Prime Minister that his statutory declaration cannot be certified. And yet, the narrative is to say, leave that alone. Let us endorse the illicit enrichment. Let us endorse scamming. Let us talk about Mark Goulbourne passport. How significant that is. How significant that is. So when I look as it relates to my nation, my people, we have a fundamental problem. Right? And it goes back that the core of our problem has to be education. Must be education. And then this is the reason why, for that reason, we have seen that this government tried their utmost best to destroy education. Because when you leave the masses ignorant, then they will not know the corruption that you're doing. And so then I am asking all of our people who are following us, I continue to pray for us, right, as we push on. Because one thing that we are going to tell them, we are not going to stop from fight. We are not going to stop from fight until we get justice. We have Lonesome, we have Mekutak, we have Rattigan, we have Daisy, we have Herb, Dr. Rupert Francis, and we are on a mission and we are speaking with one voice, one mission, one destiny, good governance. And I yield back.
Thank you, sir. President. Hold on a second. I think I lost President.
Go and talk, Ratty. You know, when I'm going to time, President come up back, you know. I like President.
Go ahead.
Yes, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
Yes, man. All right. So, more ask all of you in the panel right now, right? All of you. More ask no one question, right? When you people going to school, whether basic school, college, high school, university, or anything, they never when you teach about the country, they never teach us that Jamaica, any country is a brand.
No.
No.
So, the government, because they use the term brand Jamaica for just brand some hotels. People come and say, no, we are spoiled brand Jamaica. What am I pick up for? The hotels? Well, most of the hotels are even owned by Jamaica. Them know what I'm saying? And say you're charged with treason for something that some foreign entity won. Most of them owned by a foreign entity. Because we never did talk about no hotel, you know. So what they mean by mashing up brand Jamaica? Because you know Jamaica is an island country, right? Right, Ratty?
Yes, indeed.
You're correct.
So what they mean by mashing up brand Jamaica?
You must ask them to define brand Jamaica.
Because them use the term with the hotels, you know, all these foreign hotels and, you know, with standards involved, but at a foreign hotel, when they mean by brand Jamaica? And then you're a traitor to mash up brand Jamaica. But we not mash up brand Jamaica, we want to hold them accountable.
Simple as that. Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Let me hold on the loan, so let me bring in Sis here and hear what she have to say. Because you're itching up. Sis, go ahead.
Yeah.
You know, thank you, Ratigan. I'm listening to everybody speak. And if I was new to this and just tuned in yesterday to hear this protest, I just came upon it, you know, yesterday, and I heard, shame on you, Ratigan, shame on you, Ratigan. The first thing I am going to do is to Google Ratigan and see what is the shame on Ratigan. So what that did, and you know, poor fool, you know, pity the fool. They don't even realize that they gave you more mileage. They gave the protest more mileage by attacking the protest, because now people were now more interested in finding out what was the protest about, because there were signs, and you know, talking about the Magnitsky Act, FARA Act, talking about corruption, talking about, you know, wanting CT scans in the hospitals. And there was one sign that says the Diaspora is not a barrel, something about not barrel, something another. I don't remember the exact words. Not just barrels. And so if I was new to that, I would learn more about the protest than I would have learned about the counter protest. And what I am yet to see from any person who has criticized and is there to criticize is a counter argument with the facts, because you lay out the facts. Mystic just talked about the 1.7 trillion. No, just let this sink in. $1.7 trillion missing from your coffers over a 10-year period. 8 of which that's your government. 8 of that. And there's no investigation. And there's no person to stand up and say, hold up a second, a country cannot run like that. That money, you know what that money could have done? Where did the money go? And it's not like it was spread out over the government. Just 3 ministries: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and the Office of the Prime Minister. That leaves more questions than answers. And it leaves us, because there's no investigation, it leaves us to speculate, especially given the current conditions of those particular ministries: education, healthcare, and all the shenanigans that goes on in the Office of the Prime Minister. Now, you know, I stopped to think about this constitution, this citizenship argument. They're speaking as though there's a new constitution in Jamaica. There's not a new constitution in Jamaica. One constitution. And the current constitution says members of the Commonwealth can sit in the parliament. And people need to understand that the arguments around Mark Goulbourne, he is a born Jamaican with citizenship by descent. So familiarize yourself with those kinds of language before you come into these spaces and talk garbage, because not everybody is going to listen to you, and not everybody is going to take your word for it. Familiarize yourself with those things, and people need to stop talking like there's a new constitution. There is not a new constitution, and the current report that is out from the CRC, Constitutional Reform Committee, it's garbage. And I would say to Jamaicans, please, for the sake of yourselves and your children, do not sign anything. Don't give it government, no party, anything to go ahead with, because it is against you. There's nothing in there that represents you. Earlier, Dr. Taylor talked, and he said he talked to them about having issues relating to beach access and changing the legislation relating to beach access now in the constitution. They say no, in the next phase. You can't take their word for it. Why are you reforming a constitution in phases? If you're going to reform something, you do it one shot, one straight shot. But when you're doing it in phases, phase two would never come. Because if you look at phase one is to cement and enshrine the power of the political class and to hold at ransom the Jamaican people, because they can never prosecute them. They can do nothing to them, while the Jamaican people be held to at mercy. So they cannot allow for that to happen. So there can be no phases, nothing in there, in this current report, protects or give any right to the Jamaican people. So nobody should be talking about any reform, because this is garbage, and there's no more constitution but the current constitution that we have. What about the Bill of Rights for the people? Nothing about that. Instead of enforcing it and building upon the current one, there's no mention of it. Nothing about impeachment, nothing about set election dates. This is not what we want. We want a better country. And the reason we are at this place where we have to be protesting is that there's a system of corruption in Jamaica that has been allowed to go unchecked for decades. And the chickens have now come home to roost, where it can no longer continue. Because here we have the situation. Look at Beryllium Regional Hospital. It started at what, $3 billion? Now it's 20-something billion dollars. And they keep moving the goalpost. And every time they move the goalpost, the money goes up and the money goes up. Whose money is that? Taxpayers' money. They talk about ZOZOs. They talk about SOEs. The SOEs were unconstitutional. Now they have to be taking taxpayers' money to pay their fellow Jamaicans because of their illegal act. We have to look at the constitutional violations of this current prime minister, going back to when he was opposition leader. And so he doesn't have the moral ground on which to stand to reform any constitution, because he has violated it so many times. He's the current justice minister. He was one who took him to court, violated the constitution per Tufton and Arthur Williams when they were senators. And he told him that it was wrong, and the courts agreed with him. How can he now be doing the very same thing in government as a government member to violate the constitution just to keep a DPP in office? So none of it makes sense. And now we are not sure whether or not they're paying two DPPs, because last week she was speaking at a conference, and on the conference flyer, she was there as the Jamaica's DPP. So these are the issues that we are talking about. And if they cannot come, and when I looked at the pictures that came out of it and all the videos, I did not see one sign which could contradict what was being said by the protesters, to say, something, yes, the Prime Minister's statutory declarations were certified and this is the date. Nothing at all. All you hear is noise, 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 noise. And like Mystic Sensation said, quoting Harriet Tubman, she could have saved many more slaves if only they knew they were slaves. We know we're slaves. We come from slave background, so we know that we have to be the warriors out there and stand up, because this cannot continue. It is untenable and it is incurable. And if we don't, if not us, then who? If not now, then when?
All right. Thank you so much, sis. Let me just say big up to all the people in Jamaica. We almost have 1,700 devices. That could translate easily to 2,500 people, 3,000 people. Far more than what they have in Jamaica at the conference. That them scam people to come down there and pay. By the way, I'm hearing that they've overspent their budget, and I'm also hearing that the sponsors are very upset because they were promised 1,000 people, high rollers, come down and buy goods, services, invest and not. And now they're saying that no, that's not happening. In fact, they're also asking the sponsors, some of the sponsors, to sponsor people to come to the conference. So think about the how ludicrous that is. They promised you that we're gonna bring high rollers down here so you can sell your products and your services and you can get investments. And then they turn around and say to you, we need you to pay for some people and bring them come down. No, it not take much to figure out. If me have to pay for people for bring them come down here, them can't buy the things when me I sell. Because if they could, then they would. It's just like there's a lady who said that she disappointed about the hotel rate, $200 and something dollars. I think double occupancy, $180, $190, something like that, single occupancy. And I said, but lady, if you are going down there for this business conference and you can't afford a hotel room for $200 a night, then you really have no business going to that conference. Yeah, you don't have no money. The high rollers don't worry about $200 a night hotel room when you fly out of the country. So I just have a problem with that. Tomorrow, we're going to be focused on education, not the way they've been focusing on it, and not the way they're planning to focus on it. We're going to give you the real raw, down and dirty facts about education in Jamaica and give you solid solutions. And then on Tuesday, following up on what Sis said, we're going to have an analyst, a consultant out of Jamaica, and we want to be fair and balanced about this. He's coming on and he's going to be talking about national security issues, particularly the crime, the consensus monitoring on crime, the CMOCE, which is the last real initiative that they put together to come to grips with crime. He's going to talk about the challenges and the success. And then we're going to be following that with Isaac Buchanan. He's going to be on Tuesday to talk about constitutional reform. So for the next 2 days, you're going to have education tomorrow, and we're gonna bring on a noted professor, and we're going to bring on some students and talk to you about education, where they see Jamaica going. And then on Tuesday, we're going to have Isaac Buchanan and another professor from UA will be talking about national security. Isaac will be talking about constitutional reform, and he's looking forward to it. Well, they're all looking forward to it. We're going to do this round, we're going to just speed it up. So we'll ask a question, and we just, or if you have something to say, you just say it, and we'll move on. I just got a message saying that people in Jamaica watching the program now, they're saying that they're flabbergasted because some of the things we're saying, they didn't know. They just did not know. It says here, there are people watching from Jamaica, and the things you guys are talking about are strange to them. They're bowled over. First time some of them hearing some of these things. But that's what we do when you come on to programs like Mystic Sensation and Lonesome Program and Rattigan and Tavares and Carlos and Aromatic and the rest of them. When you come on, this is what you're going to get education. You're not going to just get talk. I mean, look at the time. It's 11 o'clock. We were supposed to finish at 10. And look at the numbers. It's climbing, So, Prezi, the floor is yours, sir. Talk to us.
Yes, sir. I want to start by opening the phone lines, too, because I know
on your side or on my side?
Yes, on my side.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So,
the number.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna put the phone on now. It's 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock Jamaica. You don't know, sleep so early, man. So make a reason a little bit. All right. So I want to say to the volunteers whom the phone might ring for you, please forgive us. We don't want to have the phone blowing up because this phone number ring several people. But let me give you the number again. 757, it's pinned to the top of the chat, 757-655-3377. I'll be monitoring the phone, and when the call comes in, I'll let you know.
All right. I seen in the chat here somebody that said that Mr. Entertainer is calling up my name, say PNP tell me if you apply for police commissioner. People ignore ignorance. I mean, I love him like a brother because the whole of we are one. But like I said yesterday, you have a dysfunction in every family. You always have an uncle, second cousin, where it's just weird, and that is what we're seeing right now, because and you have to expect that. You just have to expect that, and you just move on, because what happens is that we don't have side mirrors and rear view mirrors around here. We just have a windshield. We're going forward because we're holding government accountable, and I am not going to hold entertainers and all of these, these people who cannot make a difference in the lives of the ordinary Jamaicans. I'm not going to hold them accountable. Talking to this entertainer is a waste of time. I want to talk to the prime minister. I want to talk to the ministers. I want to talk to the permanent secretaries. I want to talk to the titans of industry. I want to talk to those people who can make a difference in the lives of Jamaica and explain to them why they need to do a course correction. Talking to somebody like this, you're actually stepping down. You step down, you not step up in a life. You step down, and I don't mean it in a derogatory sense to say that he is an idiot or something like that, but just to say that he cannot make a difference. As far as our project is concerned, he can't make the kind of difference we're looking for. He can't come out and pass laws. He can't come out with certain edicts. In fact, he might take him orders from the people who we want to talk to. So why talk to somebody who's taking orders as opposed to talking to the person who's giving the orders? Those are the people that we want to talk to. President, you have something for us?
Yes, we had two callers, but I'm gonna ask them to try again. I click on something, so my apologies, caller. But as soon as they come, I'll give you a thumbs up, and you can come back over.
Okay, so that is where we are. We're not worried about, and we're gonna get these. We're gonna get these distractions, but people, I need you to understand and appreciate them for what they are. Nothing more than distractions. And so I am very patient, but when it comes to this type of ignorance, I have no patience for it. I have little tolerance. I'm just gonna move on and deal with the thing properly. Now we know that people who occupy positions of power, they don't want to come around here and talk to us. Oh, and by the way, I must say this, just in case somebody should get the idea that, the Monglav opposition supporters over here in this corner. I want you to know that I reached out to the government and I extended an invitation for them to come. And a very noted representative in the government said to me, go ahead and have your conference. The government is going to have its conference. And when we finish sometime down the road, maybe we can sit down and talk about how we can resolve the differences in Jamaica. But for right now, we have no objections to you going and doing your thing, because we're going to do our thing, and the two shall not meet. We will not come on your conference. And I said, as you said, then have me on phone conference then. Have our group on that not gonna happen. So just in case some people start get some ideas that, over here look a certain way and may have a certain leanings. No, it doesn't. It's simply because the government has decided not to attend our conference. They want to support the business conference, the fleecing of the masses. That's what it is. They might take people money, and it's going to be interesting. And by the way, I want them get ready next week for answer my ATI, because my ATI going to read something like this. How much money was spent on the conference? And was money spent to subsidize the appearance and the attendance of people within Jamaica and from the diaspora? Because I'm being led to believe that they're buying people, they're paying people to come there. But of course, the sponsors are very, very upset because them not get what them actually pay for. And in fact, I saw something where they were charging as much. The booths had sold out, and now they were charging as much money for a booth as they were charging for a table. And still, yes, Marine, that I'm in your name, ATI. Love ATI, man. Love ATI.
We got a call for you, Ratty, when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
First and foremost, I want to say Happy Father's Day to all the gentlemen out there who pay the responsibility for their kids, take up the responsibility for their kids, and all that. So, I am an ex-police officer, and I have done a little bit of traveling because of the situation in Jamaica presently. So I was a police officer. I resigned from a police officer to do security work in the Cayman Islands. The reason why I have done this is because while I was a police officer, I dressed up. A matter of fact, I was a member of the protective service. So I've been around politicians. And I find myself when September morning comes, I couldn't even afford to send my kids to school. I got 2 kids. I got a girl and a boy. So I was there one day, sitting down at my post and thinking, what's my next step? I look pretty in my uniform. I have a gun on my side. I abide by the rules. I abide by the law. I have no criminal background. And I decided that I'm going to leave this police force to go to the Cayman Islands to do security work. I leave the police force, went to the Cayman Islands to do security work. I find out that even me being in the Cayman Islands and sending money back home, it's like it's still not add up, because it's like every year there's something new. I end up leave from the Cayman Islands, and presently now I'm in America. I'm now a citizen in America because I've done the process and I'm on this level now. Now I reach at a level where I want to take my kids from America, from Jamaica, because it doesn't really make any sense. Presently, my household is my wife and my 2 kids, and I am sending at least $250,000 a month for 3 persons. It doesn't add up, and still when you go to supermarket, that's probably about 150 out of it. And that does not include light bill, water, internet, and kids to go to school. So what you guys are doing, I really appreciate it. And want to say, don't stop. You guys will have fight. And Mr. Vegas should have known better than this. It's best for him to keep his mouth shut, because in just, to me, I'm going to say it, in just choose a side. Because there is no upliftment in Jamaica. There is no recreational activity, not even for the prisoners. Them just go to prison and I eat taxpayer money, straightforward. What are the rehabilitation for them when them leave prison? To come out, come terrorize people same way. You understand? Exactly. No, I'm an action movie guy. This is the last thing I have to say. I'm an action movie guy. What happened to when you watch those TV shows and you see the guys in prison using that phone on the wall? Why our prisoners, our incarcerated person don't have access to that phone on the wall where a family member can send them some credit and them use it from there instead of bringing in a cell phone? Probably if they did have access to that, the cell phone would not be inside the prison, because they need to talk to their family and the way you take it. So that's just my part of it, and enjoy the rest of the evening, guys.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your observation. Thanks. Good, Percy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the lines are open, and we are taking your call. Those of you who have called during this call, you know it go already. We're only doing one call at a time, so don't be impatient. You can always call back and the lines are open. 757 6. Hold on, let me get this number right. Yeah, my apologies.
And I just want them to know that, unlike the business conference, you can actually call in and get an answer. You can call in with your comments or your remarks. The business conference, you go there and somebody going to talk. If they have to talk for 60 minutes, them talk for 59. And then we'll take one question, and the question usually come from a friend. And so you fly all the way to Jamaica to ask a question, and the question will never get answered. But over here, you can call in and you can ask your questions and you can make your remarks. That's fine with us. You ready for them, Prezi?
Yes. Carla, go ahead. You're live. Carla, go ahead. All right. 757-655-3377. That's 757-655-3377. Proceed, Ratty.
Yeah. So tomorrow, tune in at the same time. Tomorrow, we all of the Kings, we're gonna work them out. So tomorrow at 7 New York time, 6 Jamaica time, we will start with a presentation on education. And you can't miss it if you really care about, well, you can't miss any of these sessions if you really care about Jamaica. Of course you can go back and watch it, but nothing like watching it live. So we're going to be talking about the future. I want to say the future of education, future of our children. Because a dunce country cannot progress. Cannot. And I'm not saying Jamaica is dunce, but if you think about the numbers, if you just look at it statistically, at the number of children coming out of primary school and high school who can barely read and comprehend. And it's not me, I said that. They just did an international study the other day where they said that Jamaica is performing below standards. That I never thought I'd hear something like this. I never thought I'd live to see something like this, but it's happening. So we have to take back education. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, good night.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm calling because what I really want to find out about, it's the crime situation in Jamaica. I have 2 family members that died this year within a month apart and in their business place in Trenchtown, and we don't know, no government, no one came out or even to the media or anybody to even highlight what is really going on, and the police, we have to hold them accountable because they're not doing their job.
Well, let me ask you a question. How do you, I understand, and my condolences on the demise of your family members. But do you have any ideas as to, and I'm just asking this to kind of pick your brain. Do you have any ideas as to how, if you were in a position where you could hold government accountable, how would you go about doing
it? Not really.
Okay.
Because the people don't care about this, the local people, apparently.
I don't. That question
he doesn't address anything.
Right. That question wasn't meant to put you on the spot, and I hope you didn't take it like that. I'm just trying to figure out. Because what happens is that no one person has all the answers. We all have pieces to the puzzle, and particularly somebody like you who suffered losses in your family members in this situation. I'm just trying to get a sense from you as to your sense of justice. How would you want us to go about holding government accountable? The one thing I can tell you is this: going to that conference is not the way to hold the police and the government accountable. You know why? Because the police commissioner is having a riverside chat for 30 minutes. That's it. And they've built it as a way to get to know him. We know want to know him. We want to know what him going to do.
We
way
know
what we're gonna do, right? Exactly.
right? We want to know why him plan. And they build it as, you come and you sit with him and you cock up your foot and, you chat to him and you take some selfies and you go and you come back home and say, hey, I took pictures with the police commissioner. But at the end of the day, that still don't solve the murders that will occur with your family members.
I'm gonna give you something better too. I'm gonna give you something better. I'm not taking up your time, but I'm gonna give you something. My father died. JUTC bus killed my dad in 2000, and it was the hardest thing until today. I have not get the medical report, and every time I call the police officer that is in charge of the central police station, he said, "You have friends, man. Go and call your friends, and let them pull some string for you." Because it was hell to get the autopsy done. And until today, I still haven't got the report for my dad. And we haven't get nothing done. He just died and we buried him and that was it.
So the autopsy was not done. So you don't even know cause of death.
They did the autopsy done, but we never get the report. The policeman haven't done his job. And we just bury him and walk away and leave it. That's it.
Did you do an ATI?
We didn't know. We went to everybody and it's just like a roadblock.
All right.
It's just a roadblock. We even called lawyers and the lawyers said they can't take the case because JUTC don't have insurance.
Here's what we do. I want you to give Mr. Prezi, right? The person, your dad, you say, right?
Yeah.
All right. I want you to give Mr. Prezi his name and the date of death, and I will personally look into it for you.
Okay.
All right, caller, hold the line.
Thank
We're
you
going to
so
take you
much.
off here, and Mr. Wilfred, continue, and then we'll bring the next call when I come back. Thank you.
See, them kind of foolishness, these are the things that we should be discussing at the conference, and we're not discussing them, and that's why our conference is a complete. Go ahead, sir.
Autopsies is also a big problem. A lot of people I had to help to push our way through with our colleagues and so on to get autopsies. They take forever in Jamaica, even though we know the cause of death and everything like that. And because they're trying to keep them at the parlors for as long as they can so they can get reimbursed for the money. But they're not reimbursed, you get money, more and more money. And you know who owned the parlor, right? You know who owned it. I'm serious. These people are serious, man. So you have to call somebody you know who has the pull and the presence. So there's a lot going on we have to find out about for people, and it is hurting and what have you. And I want to say that, and I should have said it earlier, and I don't know if the writer for the article yesterday is watching, but let me tell you something. That person who did that article so quickly did a great job, because a balanced job. And I want to say, we have to give them kudos. There are many people out there who call themselves journalists who are not doing that type of thing. And I have to lift my hat to when I see good work and fair work being done. Man, Mystic gonna look like you don't want to go to bed. Nobody with it, because in Canada.
We need what we need to do is bring on the Canadian connection. We need to have Mystic and Man of the Wilderness, because we need to talk about now the upcoming event in Canada, and we need to get some insights into that. We need some visibility as to what's going on. So, Man in the Wilderness, if you work with the swim around, pull on the swim around a little bit and come on and give us some clarity as to what is going on, because people are asking us, and I don't want to give them an answer and it turn out to be the wrong answer. So I need you to take charge of this thing, as you have.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Francis don't want the young girls to see his faces, only his forehead can see.
No, he has to lean
Not a
into
problem, brother. No, I'm relaxing. Listen to me. Let me tell you something. I will tell you a joke. I went on the plane this morning, right? No, listen to this one. It's just a true joke. I went on the plane this morning, and I know them said them going to take off, but I don't know when them land, because I was fast asleep. Right? I was tired. I mean, because remember, that was a very, although it was a wonderful day, it was a stressful day for all of us. And I mean, people must understand the work that went into getting that day done. And as I said, the commendation has come down from Herb, but Herb, may I tell you, boy, you're strong to write it. Stay the course, the brethren, because we're giving them trouble out there. They can't take the deep dives. Anyway, that's it. People call in, get information.
We have Jovian from California live for your will.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hello, good evening, and to you, Mr. Rattigan and Herb, who else, Maria, Wayne Lonesome, and anybody else that I'm forgetting. Good evening to the entire panel. My comment that I want to make today is based on the constitution reform and also some of the stuff that Doc spoke about earlier about beach access. And my opinion about it is that there should be no new constitution and no republic without we talk about some serious land ownership reform. And I'm talking about like the common Jamaican being able to own land and have a piece of the land. Because all this land that is owned by the crown that is going to become now accessible after there's a republic, what's going to happen to those lands? Who's going to own those lands? Who's going to be able to come in and buy those lands? And also with beach access, we need to get the actual opposition leader. We need to have him on record as to what he's going to do. We can't just give him the vote like that, like willy-nilly. We need to have him on record as to what are you going to do about these things that is important to us as Jamaicans and us as Jamaican in the diaspora. What are you going to do about land ownership to make it affordable for the common man or the common Jamaican? What are you going to do about beach access? We need to get him on record. As a matter of fact, we need to get both of them on record. Both of them.
I believe he's speaking on Tuesday. He's a keynote speak on Tuesday. I'm hoping that somebody is listening to the question you just posed and that they can ask him this question directly at the conference. All right?
Thank you, Joe.
Question. I want to add something. I want to add something that I just remembered. The man, what's his name, doctor said about, just to answer his question on land ownership, that they're now building houses on land that was not supposed to build the houses on. That means they have to clean out the whole place and so on. And then the crown lands, they're giving it away, if you remember. They're giving it away as part of the payments for certain things. So we should be able to restrict that. I think that's what he wants to know. We should be able to guarantee ownership to Jamaicans, and we should be able to restrict that. That's one of the things we should be pushing. I mean, we should be for reform in the Constitution that empowers every Jamaican to earn land that they can farm on and they can build their houses on and support their families, etc., etc. I don't know if that helps the situation.
We got Chris from Georgia for you, Ratty.
All right, Chris, go ahead, please.
Hey, guys. Good night to everybody.
Night.
Dr. Francis, all you guys. Hey, let's get back to some very basic issue. I don't care what kind of reform you guys talk about until you deal with corruption, until you deal with the low-hanging fruit of corruption, which only take political will to solve. The downstream value of solving corruption or bringing it under control, the fruits from that, it can happen in 2-3 years if you have the right leadership. So there's a lot of these things that is happening in Jamaica, from crime to the bad education system, because corruption is a culture. It's a cancer. It permeates everything in the society. So until you can control corruption, you're not going to advance. Jamaica is not going to get out of the quagmire that it's in. It's let's concentrate on the low-hanging fruit. Things we can do something about without spending a lot of money right now. Accountability. What we want in Jamaica is accountability, and people who break the law should be applied to them across classes or whatever. We need to see action, and the fastest action you can have and see the quickest result is to have corruption brought under control. Every agency in the world that monitors these things go back to corruption. All you can see it's the one thread throughout the world. The countries who are successful have very low level corruption, and the countries who struggle have very high levels of corruption. Let's tackle that. If we can't tackle corruption, we can't tackle anything else. It's not going to happen.
Right. And Carla, let me just say that I don't know if you were listening or you just earlier or you just joining us, but that's one of the presentations that our esteemed brother Herb Nelson made in terms of addressing the corruption, because it's hard to address the corruption issue in Jamaica by going and talking to the people involved in the corruption. So Herb made up a presentation. He laid out that he was already
Ratty, I don't know if a couple of years ago they brought in some kindergarten kids into the parliament in Jamaica. It was a day for the kids. And you know what the kids spoke on? Corruption.
Mm-hmm.
And they called out the politicians, and they all got up and clapped. And I was ashamed for those politicians, because those little kids, I don't know if you guys can look that up. I know Wayne is good at doing that. And go back and look at that clip. Look at that clip. The kids know that these people are corrupt, so you can't tell them to behave themselves. You can't tell scammers to behave when the prime minister is a scammer himself.
Right, but here's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you that even children recognize that there is a corruption problem in Jamaica. So what Herb is doing, what we are doing as a community here, we are going to the people funding some of these projects in Jamaica that have become the subject of corruption. So Herb is now going to the politicians, and one of the things that you will definitely get American politicians' attention on is when you start talking about how taxpayers' money is spent. Right, and so we already have a plan that's in motion, and you know, if you want to come join us, you know, when we start doing this on a systematic basis, like Herb said, over the next several months, this is what we're going to be focused on. Then you certainly should leave your information with Prezi, and we'll reach out to you, and then you can start by reaching out to your congressman or congresswoman and your senator. And then you can come join us in DC when we go for the meetings. So I'm going to put that out to you. I'm going to submit that to you, that you come and you help us to clean up this thing.
We're going to put all our resources toward that, because I personally think that is the key. And let me say this. When Mark kicked that guy off, the candidate that was talking about supporting scammers, that was to me a tipping point to supporting Mark Golden. I think he's a decent person, and we need somebody like this. Jamaica is at a watershed. It's at a crossroad, because another term with Andrew Olney, it would only embolden him to go down even deeper into the rabbit hole with his corruption, and to make him even more dictatorial in his behavior. So I don't think most Jamaicans understand that this guy, if he gets another term, it's going to be a long night for Jamaica.
No, I think people understand.
Chris, for your response
thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I think people understand that. It's just that some people are afraid and some people just don't know how. So I'm glad that Chris called, because Chris, we're anticipating that you're gonna be working alongside us and to try and hold these people accountable. So again, I'm gonna urge you to reach out to your congressperson, to your senators, and then you have the number. You can reach out to us through Prezi, and then we can collaborate and get things done. No, we have
Will, just before you listen, I sent this thing to the chat, but since they're talking about corruption, the World Justice Project finished the investigations in the Caribbean, And when they went to Jamaica, they covered something called bribe solicitation in public services. And you may not be able to fully see that on the page that I sent to the call to action.
Yeah, I saw it, but I couldn't see the heading. I couldn't see the heading.
Yeah. But 16% of our police officers in Jamaica, they say, have had asked for a gift, a favor, extra money, including through a third party, to get something done for citizens.
Was it 16 or 62%?
16%, right?
Because I'm
so
looking, all right.
if you're looking at, say, what, 15,000 officers, take 16% of that, right? 6% of your judges, the magistrates at court, are involved in corruption. 5% of your prosecutors.
So it's a 16%, like 1,000 something at the police them corrupted.
Yeah.
More than that.
That's what he's saying.
No, man, more than that.
Your tax revenue officers, 11%. Your
the tax revenue officers, that's some understatement, yeah.
Well, they went in
personally.
They went in person as a team and did the investigation. Let me finish, Wayne, and then you can comment. 21% of your customs officers, right? That was the second worst. 21% of your customs officers. The public utility company officers and employees, 5% of them. Doctors and nurses, 1%. Teachers, lecturers, right? The teachers, lecturers, 5%. Now, the highest corruption happened with car registration and driver's license agency, 24%. Land registry officers, 5%. Elected representative from local government surprisingly was low at 1%.
That's it.
Other public officials, civil servants, 6% corruption.
Now, could I just give some reality now? On the side of them, you say electoral local government. Let me tell you this: most of them places, when we say corrupted. You talk about the driver, them and them kind of people there. Every one of them, where you see with driver's license, most of them carry most of them. You see, every week, they might make more than $1 million. I mean, I talk 1, 2, or 3 of them. Me know enough of them to in the earth.
No.
And it's not no 1,000 at police out of the police force.
Hold on a second.
You know what police that tell me personally? Say,
here's what happened. What the survey said is that the percentage of the people who in the last 12 months, people who them interview. So you might have a question about the sample. Yeah, you might have a question about the sample.
Yeah, but this now. You see, when them interview somebody, you think if a man a criminal, they are criminal. Them do an interview ratty, and them come up with it. Them come up with some statistic and say Christopher Tufton are the best performing minister for how much years. No, he might the best performing minister in a ratty. You see it and you saw it, right? Mystic. What I want to say, right? But yes, still. The health ministry, you know, see over 2,400 people die from stroke alone. Your mother-in-law just got through what we are talking about. You have the woman just die with her head thing. If you read in yesterday paper, your university at how much people I want to have. Every hospital have a problem. So yes, I remember, you know, Christopher Tufton ministry caused the level 3 travel advisory the first time in a Jamaica history. But you still them talk stupidness. Because them interview, yes, still the Blue Dot poll tell us say him are the best performing minister. That make it true, them do a survey. But when you look on the reality, it's bigger than that. That's a scrap.
Yeah, but what we are saying is that the sample population them use. We don't know the sample population. We don't know.
So them sample most of the time are like 1,200 persons. Right? Yeah, them just do that and them
I don't know
something with that.
Well, Ratty, we're winning.
Angela, you get man, you know. You get man around here. We're not play around here.
Where
Yeah,
Wayne
let me
is
just tell you from
falling in
now. You two
is
know.
perception.
Yes.
The middle one. Perceptions of corruption among actors in the public sector.
That's one of
Yeah, that perception is where Wayne is talking about.
that's high though. That's high.
It's
60.
very high, yes, because members of parliament is the highest. No, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, they're 61%. The police officers are 62%.
More than half of them.
Yeah.
Just talk to me now about.
Yeah, but it's the perception.
We got Dawn here from Philly. She got a question. She's been waiting a long time. And ladies and gentlemen, 757-655-3377. Dawn, you're live with Ratty and the team. Go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Dawn.
Lady Mystic. Okay, my question is about the beaches. How is there a number known for the amount of beaches that have been either sold or divested in Jamaica? And also, would you like to comment on Royal Reid, how he suddenly appeared and voting again for the PNP, and as if, well, he's free. He said he's in word speaking that he's free, and well, everything is okay. Will he ever be charged? When you look at his attitude, listen to him, where does all of this go?
All right, Don,
Can someone answer?
Please take your answer off here, Don. We appreciate your love and your support. Guys?
Okay, all right.
Voting for who?
I think there's no. She made a mistake. She said PNP. It's JLP she meant. But there is a report saying that the next court date is next year, I believe, for the CMU gentleman and for Mr. Royal Reid. So they have a court date set up for next year. Regarding the beach thing, I can touch base with Dr. Taylor and find out an answer to the question that she just posed. In the meantime, Lonesome, talk to us about the plan now for Canada and what's
yes, man. So 26. And we just come from England, Come just go check, and dip on my chew and I go cool out the so I have to run away and take a tankard and go to England. So we just return. Yes. See what? Metaphors. Good. All right. What's Jeffrey like him asleep? Well, let him go. So the 26, the conference, that after the hook. Because when we talk the 26, it's a well structured, like we say we structured here, right? But we are showing videos. We are showing videos, and then we're going to discuss a lot of these things. Right? So Prime Minister, you can't come say we are telling like and you are only to account. And by the way, we are going to start it with the Prime Minister, so we for all the government accountable. You understand? So we are going to go through the same thing that we are talking about every day. Because most of the time when we go there, we go demonstrate and we do it thing when I say this and that. No. We are all on about our own word. Remember when I have on video saying these things,
So what's the structure?
Promises and everything.
What's the structure? You're going to have people addressing. What are the topics you're going to discuss? So
all these topics what we're talking about, from health, security, and everything, the same topic, right? But we have a projector. So when we play it, each presenter, each of us, Mystic, you, me, each of us going to talk on a topic. So, we're going to have time, same way and thing, but we're going to play the videos and then we address it. You understand? So we're going to hold them to account.
When we put out the schedule as to who will be discussing what topic?
Yes, we're going to do that.
Okay.
You understand? Because maybe one, all right, so you have security. So Herb is a man and Dr. Rupert Francis and you a man will deal with security. So you break it down because when we talk, then we play some other videos and you see what one and then Herb, Film Peace, and then Dr. Francis, and then you have a next man who deal with the Prime Minister issue all the promises, the 100 days, then you have a man who deal with that and then it break down again, and then you go to health. So we break it down, but we're going to show the videos. So we are come from the premises, right? And we are come from all the mixed premises, and then we're going to talk about everything.
All right.
Everything. We're not leave on nothing.
But is there an entrance fee for this conference?
No, and like Jamaica, where you pay $160, you're going to be coming in free. Yes. So, and nothing like that. You understand? So you're coming in free, no entrance fee. But you know, say, yes.
Refreshments.
And then who want to come with Bulan? We will rent 7 if we have to already. I will ask if we want to come in, if we want to come, we rent 7 more Bulan. Make when them have 2, so we rent 7. If them dear too.
So what are they? Refreshments. We have to buy refreshments, or will it be?
Yeah, like we think that's now Mystic. Because Mystic has say you make them yes, I will say yes. We have little refreshment. We have some things where we give away free on the house, and then we have some things where them can purchase. So we have some things that we give away free on the house.
Is the conference open to anyone, everyone?
Yeah, it's open. It's open. But remember, say, you know, we have the security and we have the because we're under air condition and things. So it's a conference, public conference, but it's private. So we know do. Let me tell you, we now when I see what's up, we now have nobody about come disrupt because we not deal with that. So although me say we have 7 bull and we not deal with nothing like that. I must see like the real bull with them hand. This year, so when we are talking, so well put together, you know, and we're going to present our thing the proper way, without disturbances.
Will the media be there?
We have got media there, of course.
Will it be live streamed?
We are going to live stream it. No, we not even have to ask that in a because you know we have everything going to be there.
Newspaper reporters, will they have newspaper reports?
Yeah, because what we're going to know, I mean, we are talking to some of the local ones, them now. Now reach some kind of one, you know, use one of the local TV station too, you know. So because we want to highlight it to the government over here. Because I remember to them do donation too, you know. I want them stop the donation until the thing straighten out, right?
Have you invited anybody from the High Commission?
We're not going to do that. Because you see them make a lot of, I will tell you why. In New York, them same man go out of them way and them call the police and say you people come to give trouble. You know, say the same thing them do down in Washington. Make Secret Service come up. We know that for them. We're going to do we think, but not like we are going to go to them and say we are invited. No, we're not going to do that. You understand? The mission to carry out, we carry it out and we have to hold them accountable.
Okay.
The stupidness to stop. Them do that 2 times. 3rd time now, you know, you can't do this 1 time and get to the 2nd time. The 3rd time, we know the talking. We just know what we have to do. Yes.
T-shirts. Will T-shirts? Will
we have T-shirts. We're going to have T-shirts and all these things. So everything got to be there. And, you know, you have meet and greet and we have so much things. We have too much things. So when we just say something today, about the 7 or the 8, we're going to have some nice swim around and thinking of the panel. So if we not do one, make a part of the panel, we don't do swim around phone, you know. And some blue and some of the blue hand, but them name the hand, but them have.
What? Bulan or Fifi? Fifi or blue?
Well, the Fifi. Yeah, and we not can't remember we can't black them from come over here. No, we didn't have black them. We just want them just come and be a same way bastards like how them feel them can do over there. So.
No, let me ask you, and I'm gonna set the stage for the rest of the panelists and come on. But what do you hope to achieve with this?
The same thing where we achieved just now.
Well, no man, we've done.
Well, send the message and hold them accountable, you know. Because I'm tell you what we hope to achieve. You know, from in our time, let me just ask you a question. When you ever see anyone we call the big boys or the clique, you ever from you know yourself till now, you ever see any one of them even get a speed ticket? One alone must get a speed ticket, you know, and a policeman get the grant tight. That's the one named Llewellyn. You ever see any one of them go 48 months to go to prison in a Jamaica? No care what happened. You know if any one of them got any one of these big guys, ever go to prison in Jamaica? These politicians were always, you know, them are the purse, taxpayers' money. You ever see them go to prison yet, Ratty? We want to change that. We want equal opportunity right across the board, eh? Yes. We want to change up something. We have to change up something. We have to hold them accountable. Yes. Yeah, no more iron rice bowl, you know. We're done with that. Yeah, man, we're done with that. See? We're finished with that completely. Yeah? Yes, Ratty.
Yeah. Can you explain to people why is it that we're having an event indoors and not in front of the Jamaican High Commission?
All right. So you say, and let me tell you something. You see, sometimes you have to change up your thing, them in a Ratty, because you have different people coming in. You want people coming in now, you know, you have some people disabled with wheelchair and everything, and them feel much more better. Now with that, the High Commission over here, you don't have the space for that. And we don't want to stand up on everything we are do out there so with something. We want something more presentable. We want to change up the platform too. You understand? Where we can't sit down, no police can come stop we from doing what we are doing. No police and nobody. We have our own security, we have our own thing, and we have more time. You understand? For line out for complaints. Right? Mystic?
Yeah, of course. I do agree with all of the plans that you have, Wayne. I think that when you have it into that sort of confined space, it's more controlled, right? And you know the settings. We remember that he's going to highlight it. So then from that, right? Of course, people is going to be tuning in, right? And so that sort of projection and settings, to me, it is really wonderful, right? Because so much people, right, can feed into it, and it's a more convenient settings. Now, so providing that way, as it relates to Wayne planning on that day, and the possibility of weather, then that would be also convenient because, of course, we'll be into an enclosed area, which is, you know, it's in preparation for all those things. I think that, you know, it's a good way. It's, you know, to me, I like that settings. I prefer that settings too.
You see what happened again now. So whether rain, sun, or anything, nothing stop us.
Exactly.
You have the air condition unit, you relax. You can have a seat and then you can pass questions same way to the panel after we don't do what and be good.
But also the location of the Jamaican embassy in Toronto, it is not conducive for anybody to gather outside. It's in the lower floor of another building, and it's a very small space.
Yeah, you have a one-way road, and then you can't get it right here.
There's nowhere for people to gather outside of it.
And then you don't want to do everything like that, I know.
Yeah.
Because the more you grow, you don't want to do everything like that. Where, you know, you have to under the thing of police, and then people come with blue on. Them can't come in your space. When you
exactly
and do thing in your thing, it will not happen.
Yeah, man, I love the settings, Wayne. I really love the settings.
Do that. You can't violate. We not do that. The message of the Senate have to send.
Miss
You understand? Same like how the government now in Jamaica, them have a settings just like this. Inside them, I keep them thing inside, and but I'm going to think them have them hotel and them thing. Not true. Yeah?
Yeah.
Them have them settings where them keep it same way like down in Jamaica. I'm going to think them are doing now is charge people for going and do what them want. Do we not do that? Not doing that. You understand? Yes. Yeah, man.
All right. Is there anything?
The foolishness.
Let me throw it out. Panelists, anybody else have any questions for Lonesome, including Mr. Percy? You have any questions for Lonesome regarding the planned the planned indoor event?
Yeah, I just want to commend you guys on that side of the world for the bold step you're taking, and I know your approach will be one that will be in line with the spirit of what you guys have been pushing for strict accountability and holding the government, you know, feet to the fire. And we hope to get the Canadians and everyone across the Ontario area. I think that's the area you're going to be in, Wayne. And I know, Mystic, you guys will be coming down for it too. So
tickets.
Them book already, man. Then there.
Already purchased ticket. So.
That's right. So somebody in the chat said July 26th. Is it 26th?
Yeah, 26. Yeah, 26.
It's a Friday. It's a Friday.
Yeah, it's 26. But it's
a
from 3 o'clock so till 10. And maybe we'll go more over some meet and greet. You see, we have time though. And then
So
like
Friday,
start.
it's a
So
Friday.
people
Just-
come from work and them still come time at 5 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We might have a 12.
Let me just put in a little plug feet and say to people that if you want to meet all your favorite bloggers, them, this is the place to come, and the environment is a really nice environment, you know, outside, and you know, if you run up and down and you know, have no for distraction. So it's a nice environment where you can actually meet and greet people and exchange ideas and have a nice little discussion with the people that you see on a regular basis. But you never really meet them in person. So you get a chance to press the flesh and talk to people. And this is more a people event, you know, it's more a people event. It's also a substance, but it's also a people event where you actually have the time to sit down now and you can talk to people. And remember, it's Friday from 3 to you say when. And we will all be there.
And next thing, Ratty, we will not have any of the slaves that Harriet Tubman left behind.
The one that more one knows them are slaves, right?
All slave them.
So we're gonna play some music. We're gonna play some music afterward and probably eat some food too. So you say
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. So we're doing
people meet and greet. I was sitting and you go, hey, what we done, you know?
So we know yet music cafe there if you did it.
All right, man. They don't know that, man.
We need Millicent, yes. Lonesome answered the question there already. Media outlets are invited to the event.
Yes, man.
And I want to apologize to those who've been calling in and been getting the voicemail. But Ratchet, I want to very funny. Let me just play that voicemail every day. That easy. There.
Hey, President, man, you need to take out this Einstein machine, man. Jamaica, me a call from the number, and it's a call for me trying to leave message on this thing, you know. You need to take out the Einstein machine where you can't have 2 lines. You need to have a better system, man, in a technology. I do technology. This can't work at 1 line. I'm gonna need to go to send voicemail.
You talk about credit.
Come on, man. You need to just run out the thing and make the thing just ring on the voicemail. So people don't lose them credit. I do what people are called from Jamaica, brethren, in a way, can barely afford a phone call. You cannot keep getting machine and up there and lose the credit. $5 something each minute, you know. You need to do something more, bro. Better than that, man. Check out the answering device with the answering service off of the number, man. And free to make it beep 2 line or nothing. It does not go through or something till it's free. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. What do you mean?
Let me just call back right now.
No, but you want me to say to him now. You said that where you should have do that, you should have just use that time there for 1 minute or 2 minutes and just say what you are saying with a plate same way. So if you
That
don't
is right.
with a plate, just do that, just think out of the box, please and thanks. Because people send me voice note to my plate, you know. So you say if you don't get him, you just say what you are saying same way and go plate and then
we have WhatsApp on
Lonesome, man, I take off no president this time. Man, send us the man, you know, no vice note. No vice note. I don't care what you want to say. Just for me say, no vice note.
We're going to get that system, my brethren. But I will if a Jamaica call coming. So the Jamaican calls ending. All the Jamaican calls, we appreciate it.
But maybe what you can do, you know, I mean, what I just want to say, Lonesome, well done on what you're doing. What we're looking forward to is an established situation in Canada where we know we can go and we can grow going forward, you know, and that's what we're looking for. Not only there, but certainly in England. I got a call from a bishop, a real bishop now, no one that hit the bishop, a real bishop. And him and him said, well, listen, we want her. Oh, I said, with Miss Lipstick looking at me, their eyes open, but that's all right. Yeah, I can be naughty too. I'm just saying. But they're looking forward to establishing in each area a sort of you know, somewhere that they can identify with and go. And maybe what we should do is do it in the 50 states, man. Who want to come together and do something in this, that, and the other. We know we have some friends somewhere. So I want to mention that that's a very good thing. I just thought that, you know, we should establish it. So you'll now be, go ahead.
No, have you reached out to any of the civic-minded organizations in Jamaica to kind of coordinate the Friday event with them in terms of solidarity, to say this is what we're doing and this is what we would like you guys in Jamaica to be doing to show solidarity?
You see, I saw some little march going on and some people, but we're not. You see, our thing now, we are encouraged them to do what we, because me expect them to start do what we're doing, you know, but some of them under pressure. You know why I say that? I see a guy named Outer Road and just talk up some things. And I'm talk about the taxi and the pressures and everything. I mean, just say a police just cut to him and just say, listen, remember I'm not driving at the time. Not driving. Hear this, Prezi, you was a police, my father was a cop. Me never just come out of the police force. Ratty, you deal with the service, you know, Herb, you understand, and Dr. Rupert Francis, and Misty. So hear this now. So the police got to him, and the police said to him, stand up, you know, with one of the bull arm, and he say, listen, you don't get a police record, and you're taking the man, because the man said something about the Prime Minister. No. If the man not driving a taxi at the time, him the run a steering, him not a passenger, there is no way you breach him rights. As a lawyer, Ratty. If me a drive a taxi, you know, see me a drive, right? And you say me not get a police record. Oh, you know about it, by the way. Because them say him organize the thing and them call him and say, hey, lock him up. So the next day, them let him out and him came out. And, you know, the speech when make on the apology, you know, same under the rest. And
all right, Wayne. Wayne, we're bringing the caller. I'm coming from far and I'm a call long distance. Me know you're going to finish this story, my brother.
Yes.
Caller, go ahead. You're live with Ratty and the team.
Yeah, man. Even Ratty and the team. Yeah, so, Ratty, you ever hear the song where Peter Tosh sings, say, if you live in glass house, don't throw a stone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
all right. So no, yeah. So earlier on, yeah. I know we know some of our vex, you know, but go ahead. Anyway, earlier on, you talk about $1.6 trillion, right? That's missing, right? And this start happened from 2012. From 2012 under PNP watch. So PNP can't say nothing about it because money start missing from under their watch. From 2012 when DRC took power, went in government then, 2016. So what I'm saying is that I don't know, this is a long and winding road you're fighting, you know, my brother, because we are no opposition, because everything compromised. Opposition compromised, the main stream media compromised, judiciary compromise, legislative compromise, government compromise, public sector compromise, everything compromised. So my solution is to gain any accountability is that you need a third party. I don't see how you're gonna go around these two parties because they are the same bird with two different wings. I don't see where Mark Goulbourne will make no big difference when do so. I tell you the truth. I live here in Jamaica and I watch him and I see what's going on, and I tell you, all I'm talking about in the Constitution is CCJ. CCJ. What about term limits and set election dates and all of these voting for your senators and all of these good stuff? Executive president. So,
you want me to answer that?
No, make him finish. Finish.
Yeah, so my solution to this accountability is for a third party. I don't know why we just come and take over UIC from Pakistan and run a third party or start a third party, because that's the only way Jamaica going to become anything. It can't come, Mark Goulbourne can't turn Jamaica to make it to be the jewel of the Caribbean, accountability and all of this good stuff I'm talking about. That is my personal opinion.
Caller, I know you're called from far.
we have to say about that, Ratty.
All right,
Yeah,
you
man,
want to
answer,
take
yeah.
it on the ear or you want to take it listening off
Yeah,
ear?
man. I want to continue. Oh, yeah, man. I want to hear him live. I don't
You want to listen live? You
No,
want me go first? Ratty.
I would like to answer.
Let me go first. Let me go
Go
first.
on first. I'm at my finish.
No,
Yeah.
no, him said the Auditor General report
Never
said,
said 2012. Mm-mm.
it said for the last 10 years. That's what the auditor report said. So you're
No,
talking
2012. Go ahead and read 2012, man. The cleaner
No,
report.
2014, sir.
Billion.
no, it's 10
No.
years.
The last 10 years.
So, all right. So 2 years start under PNP watching. All
Yes.
right. Correction.
Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying to you, so what I'm saying to you is simply this. I don't know if you notice the sea change that has been made by the fact that we have so many people coming out now and challenging the government. Because to me, I'm not a political person, but I'm a people person. But to me, it opposition, because the opposition has no power. They don't have the power of the purse strings. They can't make decisions. In fact, they're vastly outnumbered in the House of Representatives. I think it's 48.
Hold on. Stop right there. Hold on. Just don't make a difference because there's too much low-hanging fruit that they could go after. But them can't do it because them live in a glass house. How them gonna come and say, well, 1.6 trillion missing. I only responsible 0.6. Eh?
Hold on, man. No, make him finish. Hold on, man. Hold on a minute.
I'm finished there. So if you notice something, right? What we have done, we've sent a shockwave. You can call us a third party, you can call us the real opposition, you can call us anything you want to call us. But at the end of the day, this social media platform, the platforms that we're using, is a viable entity to hold government accountable. Now, I'll give you one example. Lonesome filed a lawsuit. It was the first one to file a lawsuit against government officials, and it was for the removal of the commissioner, right? Then a second lawsuit was filed, and it was filed on the basis that the minister violated certain laws because there was no declaration as to gifts received for travel. Gifts received, right? No. I happen to know a politician who traveled, right? And I saw a photograph and I said to the politician, "Boy, you look good in your suit, Mr. Say, you know, whenever I mention travel, I just say you look good in your suit." I know the politician said the very first thing the politician said to me, "I paid my way." That is the beginning of accountability. Me not ask him where I'm reaching, you know. We just say, your suit look good. You know, say, I paid my way. Why? Because there are people out there looking at these things and holding them accountable. And that is what I consider the most important job that we have to do around here, is to hold them accountable. And I'm sure Lonesome will agree with me that should PNP win the next election and them come in, they're going to be held accountable as well. But this is the starting point. Before now, we never had something like this. We never had nothing like this. It was a free for all. But I want you to remember that story that I asked this politician.
Who's speaking? President? Who's speaking? President?
Ratty speaking.
Oh, Ratty. Sorry, the voice sounds different.
And because of something though. It's a term limit, Ratty. The term limit, it was only to say, you know, the first 100 days. And him tell you everything, him tell us if we bring in term limit. Him tell about integrity, character for in there, so, and what him going to do, and impeachment. Him go back on all of these things. Not my word.
That is true. So how come Mark Goulbourne not mentioning these things?
Hold on. Can I say?
Wait.
I have a question for him. My brother, why do you mention Mark Goulbourne as the big problem here? Why is it the man is not elected yet? So why are you mentioning him? Are you afraid? Hold on, let me ask you a question. I mean, I'm trying to tell people I'm not non-political. I can see through your questions. So therefore, I'm asking you the question: why are you mentioning him when he's not yet a prime minister? There's no election. yet. And so why is it important? Why is it?
He's gonna win. Mark Goulbourne is gonna win, but there's not much change is gonna be coming as Jamaica. That's what I'm saying.
Why you say that?
We don't know that. We don't know. Let me ask him one.
In the year.
Caller, let me ask you one question. Caller, one simple question. I know your money are burn up, but let me ask you one quick question. Can you how old are you, if you don't mind my asking? How old are you, sir?
I'm 60 years old.
Good. So you've been around for a while. Let me ask you this. Have you seen a government in your time in Jamaica? And I'm assuming that you're a Jamaican, born and raised in Jamaica. So you've been through the 60 years old. That means you would have been there when Michael Manley, Siaga.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the man. That is the man.
All right. So listen, tell me one government you've seen that have made so many promises and the promises have been unfulfilled over the 8-year period. Tell me one.
Of course, the worst thing this ever happened, and the worst are the worst thing.
Okay.
I PNP me a plan to vote, and I can't tell you this, you know. But I'm saying I'm not holding my nose and voting for my voting. But I do not expect nothing much from to come from him. We just we need to change the direction where the country going into. It's authoritarianism can't work, and it's bullyism, and you know what I mean. This dictatorship thing can't work. People sick and tired of it. But I'm saying that until there's a real third party, yeah, that comes up and stand up for the people, by the people, and really want to rip up this constitution and start a new one with all these good stuff in it. You think Mark Goulbourne will tell you about vote the senators separately? Senators must be voted in separately and term limits. You don't hold your breath. You mean we're not getting that kind of governance.
I want to ask him a question. Can I ask the gentleman a question?
Yes, man.
As a matter of fact, I want to put a scenario as it relates to him answering that scenario. So I'm asking you, if you are going for an examination to get your driver's license and the examiner said to you that I am going to fail you because you look like you can't drive, would you okay with that?
Would I be okay with that?
Yeah.
No. I wouldn't be okay with that.
Why not?
I wouldn't be okay with that. I don't want to do my test. So I would want to do my test.
Hold on. Are you going to allow, right, for Mark Goulbourne, right, to do his test?
Yes, we're gonna give him watching the first 100 days, but I'm saying
don't prejudge him. Don't prejudge him. That's all I'm saying.
But I am holding my nose, yeah, because both of them stink. One only stinker than one. And that is the truth. That is the truth. Mark Goulbourne, all you can hear from Mark Goulbourne about this constitution, that they're not signing it because they're not putting in CCJ in it. We want more than that. We want
No.
What's
Mark Goulbourne rejected?
Don't say this now.
And you explain why.
There's a lot more.
A lot more. In fact, a lot more. But you can't say one more than that. Because listen, if him did sign it, or yes man, I sign it, you know, if not, it's the rights that sign way. And we see him carry them a quote more than one time for a lot of things. Even the state of emergency.
Let me say this. Can I say this? I understand where. Well, I'm going to say this.
Anyway, gentlemen, I have to go because credit burning. And I want him to press it. Why don't you have WhatsApp on it? No, you're representing the poor people in Jamaica. I have to criticize you. Ratigan and my boy, and they must know my voice, you know. You know my voice, fabulous. Yeah? So here what now. If you're representing the poor people in Jamaica, yeah, why is it that you don't have a WhatsApp? Why is it that you have to call?
Coming soon. We just set up a number here. We just set up a number here, my general.
Pardon me, sir?
I said we just set up the number here. We don't get WhatsApp on it yet.
Yeah.
So just be patient with us, all right? Because we're for the people. So give thanks and big up yourself and have a blessed night. And I know way past time, but give thanks.
Yeah. We have to get out of here.
All right, right, me and man, big up yourself.
Yes, sir. Big up.
Bless up.
All right, respect.
I'm gonna wind it down, President.
Yeah, we'll wind it down now. Wind it down.
Yeah, we got a couple more calls, but ladies and gentlemen, we're not taking any additional calls. You can go ahead and send a message. You can leave a voicemail. We have the whole week, so we will get to you. Don't worry yourself. You can go ahead. We're going to put the phone on Do Not Disturb. We're still taking text messages. Back to you, Mr. Wilfred.
Yeah. You could just close out this thing and I'm just want to just go ahead, Lonesome.
You know what? Him just say a third party. I'm gonna say something and just remind him of something. A lot of people try third party now working in Jamaica. The closest one may ever see, the one with Bruce Colin, wait, NDM.
NDM.
Then they have the big boys, them a back it. How much him win? Him have to go back to the JLP, then him farm and thing. Because Jamaica, and nothing wrong with the party, are the people them who run it by the way, There's nothing wrong with Jamaica, the people them who govern it. Nothing wrong with the country. Just the people are just bad governance. Right, Ratty?
Indeed. And NDM, the problem with NDM was that NDM was
it not pick up the traction. It get the
yeah, but what they should have done, and I mean this from very, very inside sources, what they should have done, they should have started out with like a few seats, but then they want to run a whole slate. And therein lied the problem, because they were saying, look, get some traction, build some currency with the people, and then so you're running about 6 seats now, then the next time you're running at 12, and so on and so forth. And then so that's one version of the third party. The other one, which is
what interesting. What up to Anthony Tartan? She did popular. She did start one too.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That is one, the NDM version is one where them just want to run a full slate. But then you have somebody like Mr. Patterson from UIC, who you ask him, you and Jeff ask him to give him slate, and him say not who running in a panning party in an election.
Let me ask him, Ratty.
No. A third party, I don't see.
Patterson, Ratty. Mr. Patterson has no concept of running any political party. He cannot give us the name of his candidates now. Nothing. He has no accountability. Nothing.
It make it look so bad.
So there's no he can run Jamaica.
No, him bring down shame on himself, because it gets so bad that for local election he put out some candidates. I think he put out like about 10, and Lonesome say no, I Photoshop and put them in the uniform.
Let me tell you something, guys. Listen, I have been in the political system, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm not saying a third party cannot win, but not now. Not now. It's not practical. It's not feasible. Because if these people can be so hung up on these two parties, can you imagine the third party? I mean, you have to really have that $1.7 trillion that is missing to come back and give it to them, because that's what I think what it would take to really make a difference in politics in Jamaica. And I'm being very, very sincere.
No. Just give everybody a minute, and then we just take it over to president and just close.
Yes. That's basically. I just want to say that. So
I'll give you a minute. I'll close the 1 minute.
All right, we're done.
All right, you're done.
You want me? Yeah. No, I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I want to thank everybody for coming on. I want to thank the people who called in, and looking forward to tomorrow. I hope we can squeeze the time down a little bit, because that's it.
No problem. Mistake.
Go ahead on it.
Okay.
This is why we know you come on all night long.
She's going to do it.
Said I'm going to be closing. So first I want to say, because I haven't really spoken all night, regarding those non-progressive elements yesterday, the only reason why they were only able to chant what they were chanting was because you cannot defend the indefensible, and you know who I'm talking. So when your primary focus is not on education and there's lack of opportunities for the people, then you have persons, they're more being driven to a mindset of servitude. So we're teaching our people to be subservient and pushing our people more towards the hotel, not empowering our people. So what I want to say is we need to empower ourselves and put education back to the forefront, because education is the key to opening many doors. And it's time that we get up, stand up, empower ourselves, with each one helping the other, because unity is strength. And that's what I have to say.
Wonderful. All right. I'll say my piece because since I'm right up there, let me just say I want to thank everyone for coming out. And this is the beginning of something new. We're not static around here, we're dynamic. We're always trying something new for the benefit of our people. And I believe that this conference is going to go a long way. It will be recorded in history as a pivotal moment, because we're now challenging the ruling class, the political, I call them political illiterates actually, in terms of relaying the message to our people. People are gravitating to this message. And if you notice tonight, we not only talk about the issues, but we came up with concrete solutions. And you hear from Dr. Taylor about the things that they're doing. And I guarantee you, most of you never even know that there was a beach issue in Jamaica. A lot of you, because I'm getting the text messages. A lot of you didn't know that there was an issue. Worse yet, even if you did realize there was an issue, you never know about the Prescriptive Act, you never know about the Beach Control Act, and you never know, said JaBBEM had no of the government in court, 4 different cases. You didn't know about that. And that is why we're here, to inform, to educate, to mobilize. So I just want to thank you for tuning in. And don't forget, tune in tomorrow. We're going to be talking about education. We're going to have a professor. We're going to have young people. I look forward to the engagement tomorrow. Thank you all. Jeffrey. All right. Herb.
Yeah. Hey, look, folks, Wayne, Maria's not here, Mystic, Blessings, Doc, and Prezi and Ratty. I'm looking forward to Canada. And one of the things that I'm trying to ferret out here, Wayne, we do have 2 RCMP officers in our group, the Diaspora Task Force group.
Oh.
And somebody saying something?
No, I just want to remind, we should have a little running thing said, donate to OLJ, but JDF at the bottom or something.
We get it tomorrow. Finish up.
All right. Yeah.
JDF.
And, hold on a second, Jeffrey. And I'm looking, Wayne, also at the anti-fraud, anti-corruption policies to see if anything applies overseas to Jamaica. I don't see one that applies to Jamaica unless they're trying to bribe Canadian officials, or Canadian official trying to bribe a Jamaican, right? But if it's all happening in Jamaica, there's no, it's not like the US that does Global Magnitsky Act or anything like that. So, but there are policies against bribery and corruption if a Jamaican or Canadian is directing it against each other. So those are some of the things that folks should be aware of, and that it's one of them things. You see something, or you're gonna say something. If you're aware of them, for instance, the deal with the selling ganja to Jamaica, that might be an interesting thing to Canadians, because they probably never heard of it before. They probably don't even know who's doing it. So you have all of these things that will come up, and I look around and see what else I can see that might be an impact between Jamaica and Canada from a law enforcement security type issue. Of course, they're training Jamaicans now to go to Haiti. How is that going? And what kind of protection are they going to have when they get to it? Are they going to have the Security Operations Center? Are they going to have the Fusion Center? Those are early warning things that can protect our people. So is that part of the deal? So it's bigger. It's more international because Canada is involved directly with Jamaica and Haiti. So that's pretty much what I'm looking at. But thanks for this great start and the fact that we have our people here that are being a part of history. And thanks to the audience as well. Thank you.
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, wake up. Jeffrey, go sleep.
Jeffrey, Jeff.
Go ahead. Lonesome, go ahead.
All right, gentlemen. Good night. Good night. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the support. We're here. Canada next. You know, we're hold them accountable. Nothing change. And as we said before, yes, sir, we are relaxed. We are right. No fifi. You don't have the time for that. You don't do that. We're well good. We're well good. So we message loud and clear to the world. Okay? And then, we have to try and engage the politicians, the government over here that, we want them stop some donor funds and all kind of things until things straighten out. And we see what's about it. Yes? So we are about it. I am here. All right.
Yes. Wayne, sorry. Persons have been asking what's the address for Canada.
All right, so we'll put it up.
Yes,
someone.
Tomorrow. And I want to say thanks everybody for joining us tonight. It's been an awesome program, put on by Prezi and all for another exciting episode of to keep us going and to keep this team of people going. Remember to continue to donate. Donate. $20 or $10, whatever you can do. Just continue donating to us.
Amen.
Amen.
Kokichi, why you stay so, man?
Amen.
All right. Take it away, President. All you, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for attending our day one of our first virtual Biennial Diaspora Conference, the People's Conference. It is your conference, and we'd like to thank you for coming out tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the late start today and for keeping you so long. But I promise you, moving forward this week, you will not be having these issues. We have decided to structure the program in such a way where we can still have these open dialogues. We'll have a mixture of panel each day. We will not have the same type of panel, but tonight wanted to be a deep dive just to kind of get all hands on board. And I would like to thank all our amazing panelists for their excellent work in communicating facts and truth to you. To Mystic Sensation, the duo, they are phenomenal, and they set an example of how a husband and a wife can work together and collaborate to bring education and empowerment. Also, I would like to say to Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, he's a firebrand. He loves to communicate and bring information to the people. We thank you and the Make We Talk family and everyone who is over on the Make We Talk platform, even as we speak, watching this program. To the great Rupert, Dr. Francis, we want to thank you for the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention Prevention Task Force and the initiative that you've put to bring accountability and awareness to crime. Mr. Herb Nelson, security and crime specialist, and also thank you for the hard work you do at the Institute for Caribbean Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, and of course, the firebrand himself, the man we're all going to support in Canada, Mr. Wayne Lonesome. And even though he said lonesome, I think you know that he's never alone. He don't walk alone. He's protected by the Most High. And of course, I am Mr. President, inside the resident. And I'd like you to keep this.
Greetings. This is Luciano, the messenger. And you're listening to the president. Greetings.
Keep
This
it
is
right
Luciano the Messenger, and you're listening to the President on Super Jams Radio.
All right, leave it that. Leave it at that. So I want to big up all my Super Jams Radio listeners and everybody out there who support this. Thank you for making Reason with Ratican your favorite go-to channel. I want to thank all the people in the chat for your participation. Those of you who called in, thank you so much. And those of you who will be watching this in the future, thank you. Let's make Jamaica a better place. With that said, we want to thank you for day one of our Diaspora Conference. We'll see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. USA Eastern Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. As we close, I would like to just say a brief word of prayer as we close out tonight. Father, we thank you. There are many thoughts in a man's heart, but it is your will that come to pass. Father, we have said a lot of things. We have done a lot of things to bring awareness to the plight and the condition of our people. But just like the people of Israel, the children of Israel cried under the bondage and the oppression of Pharaoh in Egypt, we know that many elected officials, Father, are in power for themselves, but not to benefit the people. But when the people cry, you will hear. Will you send us another Moses? Will you send us help that will speak truth to power and will fight for the least among us? Bless us all on this live, and I pray those who will see this in the future, that your power and your presence will rest and remain and abide with us. In Jesus' name, we thank you. Amen. Have a good night, everyone. Team, have a good night.
Somebody was asking about donations.
Oh, yes.
They can just go to the website, ojldf.net website, and tomorrow we'll have the banner up. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you. Good night. Good night.